Blake, are you there? Can you hear me? Put your phone number in my text and say, call this number. Hold on.
Unknown participant is now exiting. Unknown participant is now joining.
Commissioner Nelson, can you hear us? Are you able to unmute your microphone and just give us a test 1, 2? Commissioner Nelson?
Unknown participant is now exiting.
It is. No, it's okay. 7, 2, 3, 3, 5. Oh, I'm glad I canceled that studio shoot.
Yeah. Commissioner
Unknown
Nelson?
participant is now joining.
Commissioner Nelson, are you able to hear us? Can you? There we go. You're coming through
Yeah.
perfectly. Can you say
Okay.
test 1, 2?
Test 1, 2. But
Perfect.
like it's eating.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
It was editing.
Got
I
it.
don't know what to do.
I think it has something to do with the reception, but are you able to hear me clearly by chance?
Do we know where she's at? If she has those shows, she's out.
You,
Commissioner, are you able to just say test 1, 2 for me again?
test 1, 2.
Okay, I can hear you pretty good. Are you able to confirm if you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, sweet. The meeting should be getting started here shortly. Thank you so much for your patience and just getting everything sorted.
Right now I'm, but it's back.
Good morning and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners Land Use Hearing. Today is Thursday, July 23rd. I want to thank you all for your patience while we were dealing with some audiovisual issues. And so we're beginning a bit late here. We do begin each of our meetings with an invocation. And this morning we have Chaplain Walter Gerke from El Paso County Sheriff's Office. We invite you to stand and join us.
Almighty God, we come before you as a community, as representatives of this community, before this board. We ask you to be here in our conversations this morning. Ask that you would give these citizens the courage and the boldness to bring before the board the things that are on their hearts for this community. And I ask that you would be with this board, that you would give them wisdom in the decisions that they make, that they be honoring to you and to this community. Lord, guide this discussion. And we ask this in your name. And we give you honor and glory as we discuss these things. Amen.
And Commissioner Applegate, if you'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. One nation, under God, indivisible. Item 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items, and I'm unaware of any staff emergency items today.
Item 4.
Item number 4 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements to today's agenda, and the next meeting will be Tuesday, August 4th at 9:00 a.m.
Item 5.
Item number 5 is the land use consent calendar, including items 5A through 5F.
Okay, is there anyone here who wishes to speak on an item on the consent calendar?
Oh.
Laurel Scow. Commissioners, I oppose the Iron Ridge consent items 5E and 5F. The county notified 17 adjoining owners that these applications would be heard today, yet they are positioned for approval on consent without presentation or board discussion. Please pull both from consent. A notice of public hearing should mean a meaningful hearing. Iron Ridge would rezone nearly 86 acres from RR5 to RR 2.5, doubling the permitted density. The staff report shows RR5 zoning in every direction. At the June 18th Planning Commission hearing, all public testimony was in opposition. A 7-0 recommendation does not erase that testimony or make this contested rezoning routine. The master plan designates this property large lot residential and minimal change developed. And contrary to what Mr. Dossi said on the news this morning, the master plan master plan encourages development here. What it actually says is that Tri-Lakes is the county's most well-established northern community, and future development should align with its existing character. Zoning changes cannot be stacked one upon another until they rewrite the master plan. The plan also encourages conservation design that maintains similar overall density while protecting contiguous open space environmental features. Prior PUDs allowed smaller lots while preserving one dwelling per 5 acres. Iron Ridge instead requires a straight rezoning that doubles density. The proposed no-build areas do not change that. They are voluntary private easements intended to preserve views. Their enforcement would be a private civil matter through covenant or on an HOA, not a county-enforced open space obligation. They neither reduce the 28-lot plan nor preserve the existing 5-acre density. Most troubling, staff cites recent approvals and at least 5 other applications, some still under review, as evidence that this established area is already transitioning. An application under review is not existing character. A recent density increase does not prove the next increase is compatible. This is circular reasoning. Proposed changes are treated as evidence of transition, and that predicted transition is then used to justify approving them. The master plan is supposed to place guardrails around rezoning. Rezonings are not supposed to accumulate until they rewrite the master plan. If every proposed change becomes evidence for the next, there is no limiting principle. 5 acres becomes 2.5, 2.5 becomes the new baseline, and minimal change is erased one parcel at a time. Zoning is a promise about what surrounding property owners may reasonably rely upon. Please pull item 5E and 5F from the consent. Hear the residents notified for today and deny both applications. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on an item on the consent calendar?
Good morning. Matthew Grubesic, lived in the county for 25 years. One issue that is never brought up, it was not brought up in the 2017 Land Development Code changes, nor is it brought up in the 2021 master plan. As the density increases, so does response times for police and fire. And that's not taken into consideration one bit by this board. Is anyone listening to me, or you guys, what are you doing? All your heads are down. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm trying to speak. So seriously, is safety an issue when it comes to this board? Because the data shows that the sheriff and the city of Colorado Springs Police Department is extremely overwhelmed. And the more you increase density, the more the response times increase. And that's something you all need to realize, because it's not working for the existing residents and you're not keeping us safe. Crime has gone up and so has the congestion. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on an item on the consent calendar today?
Hi, my name is Genevieve Gustafson. I grew up in the Black Forest. I know this area, and there is a reason that we've always had 5 acres in the master plan for Black Forest, and it is because of the water and the wells. It is to ensure or help ensure that we have 3 generations, 300 years worth of water. I would echo Laurel's comment in regards to zoning changes. The reason that we have zoning is to help provide stability and to ensure that long-term everything is according to those master plans. So I would also encourage you folks to rescind this proposal. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on an item on the consent calendar? Please come forward. While we're waiting for folks to come down, I just want to remind everyone in the room today that these are public hearings and that evidence on the record is not amplified by repeating the same evidence. So please do keep your comments to a unique comments and concerns to bring forward. If someone else has stated what your concern is, it's perfectly fine for you to refer back to that person, but also remember that popularity and a head count of those for and opposed cannot be considered by this board legally. Please proceed.
Good morning, Council. I'm retired law enforcement, 32 years, traffic investigator, high crimes investigator, major collision investigator. My understanding that this facility will be built in an area that has only 2 egress sections. One is a straight line highway where speed limits can exceed over 60 miles an hour. The other one is another highway that has a blind curve coming in. And there's also the matter of a school in the area where parents come in to pick up their children. And the more individuals that are allowed to live in that area, the more possibility for a serious collision or traffic accident can occur. I just want you all to consider this. We all have children and family and friends that we all love and care about, and we want to see them safe. Thank you for your time.
Okay, is there anyone here who still wishes to speak on an item on the consent calendar? Please come forward. If you could reference the item on the consent calendar too, that would be helpful.
My name's Amy Phillips. I apologize for coming in late. Are you talking apartments as well as the 2.5 acre lots on the consent?
We are currently discussing any item on the consent calendar. So that would
Unknown
be items
participant is now exiting.
5A through 5F.
I don't have that information in front of me, but
So that would be the 2.5 acres.
okay.
This is not the proposal across from Monument Academy.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, I am speaking in opposition. The reason is that we're not particular, I represent the Black Forest Land Use Committee, and I'm also speaking on behalf of people in the general neighborhood. The master plan does say that on page 54, the county should maintain existing and expand the large lot residential place type in this area, which is Black Forest, in a development pattern that matches, doesn't approximate, but matches the existing character of the developed Black Forest community. And that is a 1 lot per 5 acre density. Excuse me, I'm nervous. We don't object to 2.5 acres per se. It's the density that's the issue. We do have subdivisions that have 2.5 acre lots, but they are accompanied by an equal acreage of open space. This makes the development more valuable and it keeps the density low. There is one subdivision, the Walden Village, that came to us. It had already, prior to any master plans being created here, it already had small lot sizes. And the developer came in and wanted to do a beautiful subdivision that would lower the density.
Unknown participant is now joining.
And so that was a special circumstance. And the thing that was great was after it was all done, including those small lots, the overall acreage or overall density was 1 lot per 2.5 acres. That is one special situation. We don't have that everywhere, and not in this particular parcel that's being considered today. So there's no special circumstance that makes it okay to have a higher density. And if you approve this without some reason to break the 1 lot per 5 acre density character of the existing developments, you're basically saying you're not going to obey your own master plan. And so we can expect that this will become a pattern, and we don't want that. That's, we rely on the master plan to say, keep it consistent with what's already there. So for that reason, we oppose the 2.5 acre subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on an item on the consent calendar today? Okay, but I will bring it up here to commissioners for any comments or a motion.
I would move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. One last opportunity for any comments. And seeing none, I'm going to try to go online first to Vice Chair Nelson. Okay, well, I will proceed with Commissioner Weisong.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-0. Item 6.
Item number 6 is the called up consent calendar, and there are no items called up today.
Item 7.
Item number 7 is the map amendment rezoning MA subdivision tract, a rezone to RM12, a request by MA Infrastructure LLC for approval of a map amendment rezoning of 7.56 acres from RR5 residential rural to RM12 residential multi-dwelling. The property is located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Walker Road and Highway 83. This item was heard as a regular item at the June 18th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
A recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for denial passed with a vote of 6-1, resulting in a recommendation for denial. Planning Commission members discussed the surrounding zoning district, uses, lack of commercial businesses, lack of compatibility with existing character of the area, and lack of walkability to commercial and parkland uses. Discussion regarding the suburban residential place type surrounded by large lot residential was also discussed, which included the priority development area. Ultimately, several members concluded that the applications did not meet the criteria for approval, and a vote for recommendation of denial was made. The opposition to the request included public comment from 20 citizens citing that the requested RM12 and RM30 zoning districts were incompatible with the surrounding large lot residential character and inconsistent with the intent of the El Paso County Master Plan. Several speakers expressed concern that approval would establish a precedent for additional high-density development along the Highway 83 corridor and fundamentally alter the rural character of the area. Speakers also raised concerns regarding increased traffic volumes, roadway capacity, pedestrian safety, emergency response, and the proximity of the proposed development to Monument Academy. Parcel number 61150-11001, Commissioner District Number 1, File P26001, Carrie Parsons, Principal Planner, Planning and Community Development. And Madam Chair, I believe we're reading item 8 into the record as well.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Item number 8 is a map amendment rezoning, MA subdivision tract, a rezone to RM30, a request by MA Infrastructure LLC for approval of a map amendment rezoning of
Unknown
7.79
participant
acres
is now
from
joining.
RR5 residential rural to RM30 residential multi-dwelling. The property is located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Walker Road and Highway 83. The item was heard as a regular item at the June 18th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. A recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for denial passed with a vote of 6-1, resulting in a recommendation for denial. Planning Commission members discussed the surrounding zoning district, uses, lack of commercial businesses, lack of compatibility with existing character of the area, and lack of walkability to commercial and parkland uses. Discussion regarding the suburban residential place type surrounded by large lot residential was also discussed, which included the priority development area. Ultimately, several members concluded that the applications did not meet the criteria for approval, and a vote for recommendation of denial was made. The opposition to the requests included public comment from 20 citizens citing that the requested RM12 and RM30 zoning districts were incompatible with the surrounding large lot residential character and inconsistent with the intent of El Paso County Master Plan. Several speakers expressed concern that approval would establish a precedent for additional high-density development along the Highway 83 corridor and fundamentally alter the rural character of the area. Speakers also raised concerns regarding increased traffic volumes, roadway capacity, pedestrian safety, emergency response, and the proximity of the proposed development to Monument Academy. Parcel number 611-501-1001, Commissioner District Number 1, P26002, Carrie Parsons, Principal Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Good morning.
Good morning. Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. Thank you, Ms. Allred, for reading that into the record, both items, and thank you for the Planning Commission summary on that. The review staff on this was myself and Senior Engineer, Mr. Diltz, who is here in the audience and will participate in the presentation today. Hearing procedures for those in the audience, staff will make a presentation. The applicant then will make their presentation. The chairwoman will call for public comment. There may be a rebuttal and then additional questions, and then ultimately back up to the dais for a decision. The criteria of approval for this application is on the screen before you. And I would like to remind the audience and the commissioners that water sufficiency is not considered when a map amendment or rezoning is requested. However, the dimensional standards for the RM12 and RM30 residential multi-dwelling zoning districts do require that central services are provided. The applicant has presented a commitment letter for both water and wastewater services, which is in the backup material presented to the commissioners and is uploaded into EDARP in both project files. More specifically, this is a request again for 7.56 acres to be rezoned from residential rural with a 5-acre lot size minimum to RM12, which is a density of 12 dwelling units per acre, and a rezone of 7.79 acres to RM30, which has a density of 30 dwelling units per acre from rural residential 5 acres. The property is located at the southeast corner of Walker Road and Highway 83. Before you on the screen is one of the rezoning maps for the RM12. The RM12 is further south than the RM30. The RM30 is proposed at the very corner of Highway 83 and Walker Road. Here's the RM30, and so the RM12 is to the south. I want to provide a general aerial map. At Planning Commission, it was discussed that there had been some commercial development that was approved around the property. So I want to highlight that the Monument Academy School exists to the east of the proposed property here. Schools are allowed in all zones. Typically, they require an approval of location, but they are allowed in all zonings. A zoning or a map amendment rezoning is not required to site a school facility. To the west, on the left, we had a rural home occupation for a special use to allow up to 25 boat and RVs to be stored on this property, and those RVs are located here. The remainder of the property still remains rural residential 5-acre zoning for the most part surrounding the property. There is a pocket of half-acre or RR 0.5 zoning, the Walden community, in this bright yellow that you see here on the screen. And then further to the south, there is some darker pink or fuchsia. That's a planned unit development. And want to clarify what a PUD, all the PUDs that you see here on the screen, those are all unique to their legal descriptions. No PUD is exactly the same. Each PUD is presented by an applicant and then to the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. It comes with its own unique development standards, density, height, areas of open space, specific landscaping, etc. Really quick, I'm sorry, I want to back up. I apologize that it's a little difficult to see on that overhead. The site here I have pinned with the flag. Highway 83 is coming up here, as you can see, and 105 runs across this way. I do want to point out that the nearest, as a crow flies, multi-family zoning district to the site is to the west, approximately just over 5 miles adjacent to I-25. And then to the southwest, we have another pocket that's further east from I-25 as well, which is RM30. Dimensional
Unknown
standards from what
participant
we
is
have
now
today,
exiting.
rural residential 5-acre zoning, again, minimum lot size 5 acres. Both the RM12 and RM30, although typically we would see apartments or patio homes, they do allow for 3,500 square feet single family or attached or detached single family lots, and then 5,000 square feet single family or detached lots, as well as those apartments in both of those zoning districts. At this time, the applicant has not provided specifically a concept plan for this development, so we are not aware of what they are planning other than they cannot exceed those maximum densities in each of those zoning districts. The master plan place type specifically for this area is highlighted in yellow. It is actually a suburban residential place type. It is surrounded as an island by large lot residential. Large lot residential place type it does have a minimum lot size of 2.5 acres, but again, this property is within the suburban residential place type. Suburban residential place type has a primary use with 2.5 acres and up for a general minimum lot size for the primary land uses. However, it does have some supporting land uses such as multifamily and limited commercial, retail, commercial service land uses. More specifically, this place type can also include limited single-family attached and multifamily housing, provided such development is not the dominant development type and is supportive of and compatible with the overall single-family character of the area. So I just wanted to highlight that. Additionally, in our master plan, specifically Chapter 4 under Housing and
Unknown
Communities,
participant is now joining.
there are several
Unknown
sub-areas
participant is now exiting.
that are highlighted in our master plan that somewhat replace the older expired small area plans. So the Black Forest Preservation Plan was discussed at the Planning Commission. That particular plan is expired. And in some of the concept from that Black Forest Preservation Plan were carried over and placed in the housing and community areas. And so the Housing and Communities chapter provides further guidance as to the desired types and location of housing within those place types. So again, this particular place type is suburban residential.
I have a question.
More
Commissioner Williams, go ahead.
Can I ask a question? When did we determine this area was suburban residential? So if you could go back like 3 slides and you talk about all the large lot residential around?
I can. So the yellow area was identified and adopted as suburban residential with the current county-wide master plan.
And that would be primarily because Walden has the, is it 1 acre lots?
There are half-acre lots here to this portion, and there are a PUD in here that has 2.5-acre overall density because it considers that open space.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe Ms. Phillips was actually referring to this property here when she was discussing those half-acre lots and
Unknown
the concept there.
participant is now joining.
So again, it is suburban residential place type surrounded by large lot residential.
Okay, and I think we have another question from Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you go into a little more detail when you said that the Black Forest area was expired? What does that mean?
Great question. I'm gonna lead right into this slide, and hopefully I cover it. If I don't, please let me know and I'll go further expand. So as I mentioned, Chapter 4 discusses that the priority development areas should extend rather and highlight kind of drilling down our place types. So more specifically in this particular area highlighted in this yellow cream color, this is within the priority development area known as large lot residential Black Forest North Central area. And some of those previous concepts that were in the expired small area plan for the Black Forest Preservation Plan were considered and brought in to the current master plan, and the priority development area considered them, and this is what it says now. So promote a health of natural areas, especially the forest. This particular site is not forested. The county should maintain existing and expand the large lot residential place type in this area. Now again, although this is within the suburban residential place type, it also is within the priority development area that highlights that this area may or should be expanded into a large lot residential place type in this area. Lot of room for interpretation, and that's why our elected officials were presenting this to you today. It also highlights that commercial nodes should be considered where appropriate, served by the transportation network. So again, we are on Highway 83 and Walker or Highway 105. So that is, it is two very busy intersections, which would be typical of a commercial node serving the surrounding community. Does that address your questions?
For now, yes.
Okay. So I am pulling in the large lot residential place type only because the priority development area highlights this or drills down to it. So the large lot residential place type in a highlighted version, overall density says it's 2.5 acre lot size. It should the development should incorporate conservation methods and open space, and that it is compatible with the character of the existing developed areas. Any questions on the priority development area reference? This whole area, as you can see, is all slighted for area of change. So area of change, minimal change, developed. So what that means is that the master plan recognizes that the area is developed, but it doesn't mean that there's an omission of any future development. I wanted to make that clear for the record. It doesn't mean that there is no development allowed. It's just anticipated that any development that would occur is minor in nature. So specifically, key sites are likely to see more intense infill development with a mix of uses and scale of redevelopment that will significantly impact the character of the area. Also highlighting, regardless of the development that may occur, if these areas evolve to new development pattern of differing intensity, their overall character should be maintained. Any questions on that? No? Okay. It is also in the key area, the Tri-Lakes area. The Tri-Lakes area does serve as a place of residence for many commuters along the Front Range. It is most well-established community in El Paso County in the northern portions of our county. It does have a mixing of housing options. It has easy access to necessary commercial goods and services, and it does provide a variety of entertainment opportunities. Future development in this area should align with the existing character and strengthen the residential, commercial, employment, and entertainment opportunities in the adjacent communities of Monument, Palmer Lake, and Woodmore. Any questions on the key area? And with permission, Chair, I'd like to ask the engineer to come up and talk about these slides.
Please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Brett Diltz, El Paso County Engineering, Department of Public Works. For transportation at this property, the property is located southeast corner of Highway 83 and Walker Road. Walker Road is a county-maintained major collector roadway. Jane Lundeen, the north-south road here, and Pinehurst Circle, the road that borders to the south, they are currently not county-maintained. They will need to be accepted into the county prior to this project. They are part of the neighboring development, so those items are moving forward. Access to the property is proposed to be from Jane Lundeen on the east and Pinehurst Circle to the south. There are 2 existing curb cuts on Jane Lundeen that are proposed to be utilized for this property, and 1 left-only entrance from Pinehurst Circle to the southern part of the property. A traffic impact study was required and submitted with the application. That study anticipated the project is able to generate about 1,900 daily trips. In that traffic study, they discussed multiple options for level of service and related to the AM peak with the school traffic at the intersection that will be proposed about midway on Jane Lundeen. Those various proposals meet the level of service needs for the county. The TAS will be reviewed further with subsequent reviews of this project. Improvements at Highway 83 and Walker Road have been identified by CDOT as being required. Those are in the traffic impact study as well. We did discuss that escrow may be required for CDOT to construct those improvements. And the county road impact fee by Resolution 25337 is applicable for this project.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I have a question. I don't know if you have the answer, but it will also be the same question I'll issue to the applicant. Improvements have been identified at Highway 83 and Walker Road per CDOT. Do we know if that's on any of CDOT's lists as far as, is this a improvement in 2040? Is it an improvement in 2050, 2035? I know we're going for a roundabout, high-speed roundabout up at the top of the county line and Highway 83. I'm just wondering, do we know if it's on any of CDOT's lists?
I don't have answers to that. I can say that their traffic generated from this project requires the addition of a through lane on Walker Road heading westbound, so that there are improvements required by this development at that intersection, not just regional improvements that CDOT might have on the books already.
Okay, and in your opinion, do you think that, so this will be, the traffic engineer on the study said that this is going to be a level of service D or maybe even F. We'd be lucky to get up to level C?
So level D is the minimum per EPC criteria. E and F are not permitted. I don't recall which level of service offhand.
They said that they would get to level D service. Okay. I will ask them then. Thank you, sir.
Just a follow-up to that question about the potential for CDOT making changes here, and you said that this would necessitate an additional lane, and I assume that that would be at the cost of the developer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other traffic-related questions? Move on really quickly to drainage. This property is located.
Sorry, I was thinking there for a second, if we could go back one slide. I do want to ask about, so that's the Highway 83 portion, the Jane Lundeen portion, and the traffic that is going to be increased there in relationship to the Monument Academy traffic. Can you just speak to that a little bit, what the expectation was? I know that there were some information in the reports about requesting staggered times.
Unknown
and
participant
that type
is
of
now
thing.
exiting.
So I'm just curious about if they're meeting it without those things, or if they would need to, if those things would need to happen in order for them to meet an acceptable level of service.
So I can let the applicant answer those more specifically, but per the report, they would need to do additional mitigation to meet level of service requirements by the ECM. So that's why they created, I think it was 6 variations of that intersection to meet criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Drainage, this property is located within the West Cherry Creek Drainage Basin. That basin does not have basin or bridge fees that would be due. With a map amendment rezone, we do not get drainage reports. So we do not currently have a drainage report or a grading and erosion control plan. Those will be submitted with the preliminary plan and final plat projects for review. And the site is not located within a floodplain. Any other drainage related questions?
Didn't realize how tall he was. So wanted to clarify notification. So legally, the property was noticed for both the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. The legal requirement for notification for the Board of County Commissioners is in our local paper, which was done. Additionally, the applicant did place 4 signs, 2 for each zoning project, 4 different times. Whether it was weather or something unknown, the signs kept being damaged. So the applicant volunteered to replace those signs 4 times. And it's my understanding that those signs are not up right now, but we did not require the applicant to replace them again because it is a voluntary notice. It is not a requirement by statute. If there's no question.
Commissioner Weisong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you expand on the legal requirement for the Planning Commission is only in the local paper? Is that what you said? I just want to confirm.
The requirement legally for the paper is for the Board of County Commissioner hearing. It's a voluntary requirement for the Planning Commission, and I would defer to Erica more specifically. She has the statute. She prepped it at Planning Commission if she's here. If not, we volunteer notice. We send out all the adjacent property owners a volunteer notification, which is strictly volunteer for Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. We actually exceeded our standard policy, and we went beyond our regular notice because there was so many questions from the community. So we wanted to be very transparent, sir. The legal notice is for the Board of County Commissioner hearing via the local paper. And so our local paper here is the Gazette.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't have the statute in the top of my head.
I see Erica coming down the stairs behind you, so we'll give her an opportunity to add anything.
And if I misspoke, I apologize, and I totally defer to Eric.
Good morning, Commissioners. Erica Keach on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. Ms. Parsons is correct. The statutory requirement is outlined in CRS 3028-116. It does require at least 14 days notice of the time and place of the hearing in at least one publication and in a newspaper of general circulation. Any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions for staff?
I don't see any at this time.
May I bring up the applicants, please?
Please do.
Thank you. And then for the record, staff did prior to the hearings hand out 2 pro application or pro letters and then several opposition letters. So I just wanted to let the people in the audience know those were printed and handed out to the commissioners prior to the hearing.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for hearing this item today. My name is Craig Dossie. I'm President of Vertex Consulting Services, presenting on behalf of the property owners. As Carrie stated, there's two requests before you today, two different items on your agenda. One is for a request to rezone the northern portion of the property to RM30 and the southern portion of the property to RM12. Just a brief history on the property. The property was previously owned by School District 38. It had been planned for a school for some time. That shows up in a number of historical documents that the county has access to. The property was then sold to the applicant with the understanding that Monument Academy was going to go on that property somewhere. That has since occurred. Construction is ongoing on the school, and we'll show some pictures of what's being built today and what the plan for the future is for that school. But then the applicant also agreed in that transaction to share some of the costs of building that infrastructure. And we're going to talk a little bit about what that infrastructure is, noting that it is urban level infrastructure, not what you commonly see in more rural areas of the county. So as Carrie said, the property is located at the southeast corner of Highway 83 and Walker Road. So you're basically at the intersection of two state highways, 105 and Highway 83. I think Carrie did a good job covering the existing zoning. It is important to note that there are a number of half-acre lots in the area. Obviously, the PUDs in the area are different than the standard zoning. I think you're going to hear a lot of comments about why can't we keep with R5? That has not been the trend in this area for some time. Obviously, with Walden water and sewer being provided through the Walden Corporation, there's opportunities to develop beyond the 2.5 acre limit that you typically see in other areas of the county. Carrie touched on a number of these different land uses that are in the area. The commercial stable located immediately to the west. You have outdoor boat and RV storage also immediately to the west. There were some comments at the Planning Commission about the Monument Glamping. The Monument Glamping is located to the south. We heard comments that was only for 1 or 2 units, I think. This body, the Board of County Commissioners, approved that for 24 units. So you'll see higher level of density in terms of people occupying structures in that area. We have the Walden PUD. This is Walden Preserve, located to the south and east. And then immediately to the east, as I said, you have Monument Academy High School, which at full build out will occupy this entire parcel. Further to the east, you have the Walden Corporation wastewater treatment plant. Noting on this exhibit, and we're going to provide you others, the distance between existing residential lots and the site that we're proposing for rezoning. So I think it's important as we talk about character, and I think that's going to be a lot of the discussion today. What is the character as it exists in the Walden area? I think first and foremost, the character starts with the fact that you have urban level services here. That is very different than really any other area of the county. Maybe Mayberry is the other reasonable example where you have a satellite community, but that satellite community has urban level services. You have urban level infrastructure that's already in place. You're starting to see that urban level development continue at probably even a higher density than what was probably originally anticipated when the area was zoned. So you have a satellite community with that type of infrastructure. You have access to 2 highways. That is very rare in El Paso County, where your distribution of trips can actually go very efficiently in one of 2 directions. You can go west to I-25, or you can go south to the city of Colorado Springs on Highway 83, or you can go north on Highway 83 up to the Denver area. That's very rare. But with that comes impacts. Those roads are heavily traveled. That includes light noise type nuisance issues. That's not suitable for low density development. If it were, you would see that along those corridors. You really don't. You'd see that along the I-25 corridor, and you really don't. You have existing trail system within Walden. You have existing open space amenities within Walden. And then, as I mentioned, you have densities that are urban by definition, already in the area down to half acre. So I'm going to go through the review criteria. A lot of this is a repeat from Planning Commission, but I think it's important because you have 4 criteria that you're asked to evaluate this on today. We've also added some additional information as a result of some of the comments we heard from the neighbors as well as from the Planning Commission. And I will get through these as fast as I can. This is just a summary slide that says which key area we're in, which area of change we're in, and which place type we're in. I'm going to go through these in more detail because I think it's important to make sure that we all understand what the master plan says. But all of this is addressing master plan consistency. First off, the Tri-Lakes key area. I included all the language that Carrie also included, but for efficiency's sake, I tried to present key takeaways as we see it. One of the key takeaways is the Tri-Lakes area is a place of residence. We're not proposing to rezone any of this to commercial. It's still residential in nature. I think it's also important to identify that the Tri-Lakes area specifically states that it should include a mix of housing options. It does not say it should all be homogeneous 5-acre lots or homogeneous 2.5-acre lots. It says a mixture of housing options. That is inherently what we're proposing with these 2 rezonings. It also states that future development should strengthen the area, which includes residential opportunities. A strong community is a community with a mixture of housing, not homogeneous housing. The area of change is the minimal change developed area. This section of the master plan specifically states that vacant land is likely to see more intense development. And when it says more intense, it's more intense than what is already there. And there's reasons for that. A lot of that is because the infrastructure is already in place to support that. And it's a lot easier to extend infrastructure than to develop new systems of infrastructure like water treatment plants and wastewater plants. That's exactly the case with this property. It also says that vacant pockets of land, which I have a map that shows you how many pockets of land there actually are in this area that are either vacant or underutilized, they should be looked at in a site-specific context. And I'm going to add some more context to how this, I believe this should be reviewed. But first and foremost, that includes the adjacency to Monument Academy. That includes that adjacency to those major arterial roadways. So as Carrie identified, the property is within the urban residential place type. That is very significant. When we talk about consistency with the master plan, I would argue that this is the most important section. And the reason why is because it provides specific land uses, it provides recommendations for density, and it was mapped specifically throughout the county. So it's not just a policy level document. It goes all the way down to the ground level and says, these are the type of uses that we expect to be developed in these areas. So in suburban residential, that's going to include the attached single family and multifamily. So the suburban residential place type, as I said, it identifies that the primary land use is detached residential. Residential. If you go back and look at the map, that's what you see in large part in this suburban residential area. It is primarily single family detached. What we are asking for is to include a component of that is single family attached or multifamily. Noting that by putting it on one property, it does not then become the dominant land use in the area. It is a supporting land use to what's already happening in this area. It is an isolated area that the master plan has said it's okay sometimes to include higher density in this urban residential place type. That's exactly what's being proposed. But the caveat of that, as you all know, is you have to have those supporting services. You can't just put RM30 anywhere. And some of the comments that you're going to hear from neighbors suggest that this is going to open the floodgates in this area. And that's just simply not a reality. If you don't have water and sewer service, that level of density is not possible.
I want to meet PUD.
Carrie identified, and this was a
Home
topic
occupations
of
for
conversation at Planning Commission, that this is also within a priority development area. What you'll notice, going back and forth between the two slides, is that the place type of suburban residential is directly underlaid below the priority development area. The priority development area is a much broader area.
just real
There's,
quick.
because of
Home
this, because
occupations.
it's overlaid over the top of suburban residential, there's an inherent conflict in the master plan. The conflict being that the priority development area says it should be large lot residential. Well, by overlaying it over the suburban residential, you essentially made all those that are not 2.5 acres essentially in violation of the master plan. Because you have half-acre lots, you have 1-acre lots, and everything in between. But most of Walden is not 2.5 acres. It's substantially less. So there is a conflict. There's a lot of citations within the master plan that tell you as the reviewing entity, you don't have to be in compliance with every single policy of the master plan. It's general conformance with the master plan. And that's important. If I'm wearing the hat of the neighbors, I could find a dozen different points that support my argument for why this shouldn't be approved. That's why the terminology is general conformance. I would submit to you that this conflict probably creates an inconsistency. So you have to use your judgment as to what really was the master plan intending for this area. And I would submit that specifically mapping that suburban residential place type tells you that there was a lot more thought put into mapping that place type than the broader priority development area. I just touched on this internal contradiction or discrepancy. And these are some of the citations that I referenced. The takeaway from this and these citations that are taken directly from the master plan is that full consistency is not required. You are called upon to look at things in a very open and flexible way. Specifically, this is a snippet taken directly from page 143 of the master plan. So you have a lot of discretion. You don't have to check every single box to approve an application because frankly, it's impossible. I don't remember how many pages the master plan is, 190 pages. You will always find something that does not support what you're proposing. Chapter 4 of the master plan, which is the housing communities chapter, Carrie touched on this. It talks a lot about, options for housing. That the housing issue and creating housing that people can reasonably obtain is not unique to any one part of El Paso County. It's not a security issue, a Widefield issue, a Falcon issue, a Glen Eagle issue. It is a countywide issue. And so where there's opportunity to create additional development that can be served by existing urban level services, that is very important because you're not creating additional government with more metro districts that have water and sewer services. It's an existing service that can be easily extended. The exhibit on the right shows you just how far we're talking from existing single-family residential lots. It's approximately 400 yards, a little bit over, of a buffer. And this is a buffer that's not going to be developed, as you're talking about Monument Academy and a wastewater treatment plant. Those both will remain. But inherently, this becomes your transition from what is really more rural, or what a lot of people perceive to be rural, to what is becoming more urban at that hard corner of Highway 105 and 83. You also have a housing transition. With both of these rezonings, we are transitioning from the 1 acre and the half-acre lots in Walden to the north towards that higher intensity intersection with RM12 at the southern end and RM30 at the northern end. So some of these pictures just show you how things have transitioned, more specifically with regard to infrastructure and character. There's a song, Where the Sidewalk Ends. This is quite literally where the sidewalk ends. This is at the entrance to Monument Academy on the south end. You have urban level infrastructure, curb, gutter, sidewalk, storm sewer, all within this area. So the foreground heading toward the person looking at this picture heads towards the property that's in question. Everything over the rise where you don't have that level of infrastructure, that's all part of the Walden development. That is more rural with regard to the infrastructure. You can see even across the street, this is now at the southern end of Monument, or excuse me, the northern end of Monument Academy. There's already pedestrian crossings in place, ready for that development to occur on this property that we're talking about today, and for pedestrians to walk across over to Monument Academy. We have pedestrian ramps, we have sidewalks. All of that has already been developed in anticipation of developing this property. Other images, this is the roundabout down at Walker and Jane Lundeen. You can see this is very urban. And people may want to argue about that, but if you go to the county's engineering criteria, this is an urban cross-section. These type of improvements come with urban level development. The second criteria, unless there's any questions about master plan conformance or general master plan conformance, I'd like to move on to the other three criteria.
I think we're ready to move on.
Thank you. Carrie touched on this. We made a lot of trips to the property, reposting and reposting and reposting. We were glad to do it, but these are pictures of those postings having been completed. So the next one's probably the one that had the most discussion at the Planning Commission, and that is compatibility. And compatibility, by definition, does not mean the same. This comes directly out of the Land Development Code. If you'd like, I can pause, you can read this, but the important part here is compatibility does not mean the same. And the reason why is if compatibility meant you had to have the same zone district all the time, nothing would ever develop other than, frankly, A35, when the county was never developed. So it's important that it's compatible. That means residential to residential, and the ability to mitigate impacts, and the ability to provide buffers and screening, and making sure that traffic improvements can be made to allow for things to function in a compatible manner. It does not mean R5 to R5 or even R5 to R2.5. It's whether or not they can function together in harmony next to each other, or in some cases like this, across a highway from each other. So again, bringing up the exhibit that we showed earlier, the land use, a residential land use, whether you're talking about the RM30 or the RM12 proposed rezoning, both of those are residential. That is inherently compatible. We're not asking for I3 heavy industrial type land uses. That would not be compatible. You could even argue that commercial could be compatible here, but that's not what we're proposing, because all neighborhoods need services, all neighborhoods need goods, but that's not being proposed here. It's less intense than a commercial development would be at this same intersection. One of the questions is it compatible in terms of things like massing, bulk, height? 100%. One of the neighbors right now is Monument Academy, and I'm gonna show you some pictures of Monument Academy and the scale. That is a very large structure. What we're proposing with this rezoning would never result in something that size. Now, we don't have a plan in front of you today, but we have some examples of how multifamily development has occurred in the county, none of which even begins to approach 30-acre density. It's just not possible, because once you factor in setbacks and maximum building heights and parking and landscaping, you can never get there. And we'll provide you some of those examples if you'd like. There's a number of them in the county, but none of them get close to 30-acre density. We're compatible with the higher traffic volumes. This is exactly where multifamily should go, right next to a heavier arterial roadway, right? It's not the perfect place for industrial, as we said, because that's not compatible from a use standpoint. It's not compatible if it's a Lowe's or a Home Depot because of the amount of traffic, the hours of operation, but residential is. Whether it's multifamily or it's attached single family, it's compatible with the residential in the area. So some of the images, and again, talking about compatibility, and as it references height, scale, mass, the bulk of the structures, Monument Academy is a very large structure. That's not down the street. That is literally right across the street from the proposed rezonings. We talk about architecture. I love Monument Academy. I think it's a great campus, but it's a pretty monolithic looking structure, right? Like most schools are. And that's not disparaging them. If you talk about architecture and massing and bulk, it's a very bulky structure. And it's only expanding. This is what's existing out there today. It's a very, very large structure, especially for this area of the county. we were able to find some images of what's planned. You have an athletic field at the north end that's being planned. That means more intensity, more activity, particularly outside now. And this is part of the buffer between the proposed rezoning area and the existing neighborhood. You have an auditorium that's being proposed and will be built. That'll be a very large structure. These are all the massing and scaling comparables to what we're proposing, and they will far exceed anything that could be built on either of these two zone district areas. This is a rendering of that same field, obviously much more intense. And then the actual elevations, and this is what was submitted to regional building, you have building height of 36 feet. Anybody who shows up and testifies that this is, the RM30 could be a visual obstruction, one, that's not something to be considered in this hearing, because views are not a property right. But to say that it'll even begin to be seen over a hill and behind Monument Academy, I would submit that that's not likely. So again, future phases of Monument Academy, these continue to be large structures, increased massing, very bulky structures as our immediate neighbor. Beyond Monument Academy, if we're looking across Highway 83, the scale, mass, and bulk of the existing stable is very large. Sure, it's not Monument Academy, and people generally feel like, ag's a great thing. Everybody likes ag. That's a good thing. But it is a large structure. And if you're comparing north, south, east, and west, this is west. This is a very large, this building has a very large footprint. And again, this is across a major arterial. The second heaviest traveled arterial roadway in El Paso County behind I-25. You have existing infrastructure in place. We talked about the roadway infrastructure, water and sewer, but you also have an intersection that's in place. And Commissioner Williams, you asked about improvements to this. If those are triggered by the development, the developer will have to make those improvements. And I know there's a plan for additional lane at this intersection. A lot of that obviously ends up being a discussion about CDOT's timing for this corridor. But if that gets triggered with the development, they have no choice. They have to make those improvements. But compatibility, the definition of compatibility also includes activities. It does not include just land uses. You have to consider everything that's around a property. And the activity in our neighbors to the north and to the west are arterial roadways. Those have to be considered when you look at a rezoning. Not only do they include a lot of noise and light, activity in that area, but it also provides a man-made buffer between this development and anything that's going to happen to the west or to the north. I want to give you an understanding of the general area, and this goes towards compatibility. When you have people that speak in opposition say this is not compatible with R5 or this is not compatible with R2.5, the large majority of the land in this immediate area is either underdeveloped or completely undeveloped. You have 300 acres. This is further north on Highway 83, 300 acres on the east side, 277 acres on the west side, both of which are vacant, undeveloped. You have 53 acres in this area, undeveloped. You have 42 acres here on the north side of Highway 105, undeveloped, 30 acres undeveloped, and 10 acres undeveloped. That's catty corner across the intersection. On the west side, you have mostly undeveloped. You have a single home here in the stable, but about 30 some acres of undeveloped land associated with that parcel. To the southwest, you have 40 acres, mostly undeveloped, with exception of the boat and RV and a small residence. And I will highlight that I handed out letters from adjacent property owners that are in support. I've mapped each of those that are in support, and you will note that it is completely surrounding this property. We have a letter of support from the neighbor to the north, from the northwest, both western property owners, to the south, and even further south from Monument Glamping. So compatibility, time has not decided yet what's going to happen with these properties. I would submit to you, knowing what we know about development and seeing all the things that are happening throughout the county, these are going to develop at a higher intensity. I don't think they'll be RM30 because the services won't allow for it. But to say that that this development's not compatible with that, it's hard to be compatible with vacant land. Also within this exhibit, I wanted to highlight the non-residential, existing non-residential uses that are in the area. Obviously Monument Academy, Monument Glamping, but the Hideaway Inn and Conference Center, which is further east on Walker Road, as well as the Colorado Kids Ranch Pumpkin Patch, which is further west on Highway 105. I think when you look at compatibility and you're making a decision on a rezoning application, you also need to think about what does the future look like. And when you think about Highway 105 and Highway 83, what do those look like in the future? And can they handle the traffic generated by not only this development, but other developments that come online, probably associated with some of this vacant land? The county's long-range major transportation corridors plan calls out that Highway 83 is a principal arterial. That's the third highest classification, and they only have, I think, 6 on the map. And then Walker Road is a minor arterial, and 105 is a principal arterial. These roads are designed, they're being planned to carry additional traffic because these are regional corridors. These aren't neighborhood serving corridors. They're designed to move traffic expeditiously from one place to another. So as I mentioned, there's some comments about Monument Glamping to the south. This is the exhibit that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners, 24 units on just under 6 acres. The Hideaway, this is a Google Earth image taken. It's hard to see it because of so many trees, but that allows for 120 overnight occupants to stay on that property. That's traffic generation, that's people coming to the area. These are land uses that are not 2.5 acre single family detached. Colorado Kids Ranch, you were all, or most of you were involved in that. It allows for up to 325 vehicles to come into the property. There's already impacts from non-residential land uses that are occurring. The county is addressing those. Some of those improvements are having to be made today. So the overall distance, we went ahead and measured this from property line to the closest lot is just under 1,300 feet. That's the buffer between the RM30 and the existing Walden neighborhood. So if we are considering visual impacts or just the idea of compatibility from a visual standpoint, massing, bulk, scale, these are images that we took. These are photographs. They're not doctored. This is looking from the southeast towards Monument Academy. There's a substantial rise. Monument Academy, if you've driven by there, you know Monument Academy sits on top of the hill. Everything to the west dives off towards Highway 83. You can't even, I don't think you'll ever see these structures over that rise from this vantage point. You can also see the wastewater treatment plant off to the right. Looking from the northeast, more along Walker Road, you can see that rise that I talked about, the high point. The roundabout actually is over the hill. So consider that and where the property is beyond the roundabout. That gives you an idea of the proximity to this vantage point and how the topography is really going to screen most of that development, if not all of it. So this is looking from inside the neighborhood. This is Monument Academy. You can see that rise again. I won't belabor that point, but just noting that there's substantial topography that's at play here when we talk about compatibility. Now looking from the west, this is where it becomes visual, right? You can start seeing these structures. You can see Monument Academy very well. This is taken from Highway 105, but the distance from, this is the nearest neighbor today that's not in support. This is taken from their property line. You can see that is quite a distance to the property after you've gone across Highway 83. Any questions on criteria number 3 that I can address for you before I move on to our last one?
I think we're ready to proceed.
You're making it too easy on me today. Criteria number 4, whether it's suitable for the intended use. The dimensional standards of the Land Development Code, when implemented, can be suitably applied to any development on this property, highlighting the fact that those are really the limiting factors. The existing dimensional standards, as I said before, are what's going to limit the buildability of this property. With that, Commissioners, I'd be happy to take any other questions.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Williams first.
Okay. I'm trying to go through my list of questions I had beforehand to figure out which ones you haven't answered. One of my concerns, although not necessarily related to one of the criteria, is that I pick my kids up at high school, I come out, there is a level of service D to get out onto Highway 105. I'm going to go down to Pinecrest. I'm going to go on that Walden for a short bit and then go Timber Meadow. And I'm really worried about the residents on Timber Meadow here because I've had complaints before about speeding on Timber Meadow. And I don't know if you or if any of our staff on the engineering department have any proposals as to what's going to happen when the 1,900 cars can't get through the light on Highway 83 and they instead go down on Timber Meadow and speed, because we don't do speed bumps. They get taken out in the winter, and we don't necessarily have the sheriff's department ability to patrol that road. And so what's going to happen when we get some of that 1,900 down to Timber Meadows?
Sure. And almost like he knew you were going to ask the question, Jeff
course he
Hobson, our
did.
traffic engineer, magically walked up here. I will highlight that the traffic study, and Jeff can cover this too, traffic study has to anticipate worst case scenario. And as I've said, you're never going to see the number of units that the zoning district would allow for. So keeping in mind, you take that with a grain of salt, that the traffic numbers, the projections, anticipate worst case scenario, not what's likely to be reality. But I'll let Jeff expand on that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeff Hodgson, LSC Transportation Consultants. To answer that question to start, and then I will answer some of the other questions that have come up. When we did the original Monument Academy traffic report, we anticipated the potential for use of Pinehurst and using that as a route to go to and from the south. So as far as the school traffic, what we did when we wrote the school traffic study, we had made a recommendation that at that school access on the south end, they put a no left turn sign. And it forced the traffic out of the school to go to the right. And then once they get going to the right, it's easier to head up to Walker Road than it is to make a U-turn in the roundabout and go south. So that was how we addressed that comment. The intent of the study is to ensure that there's enough capacity at 83 and Walker to accommodate the traffic so that people can get through the intersection and not feel the need to go through this, the neighborhood to the south. So and I'll talk to that in a second, and also the roundabout at Jane Lundeen was designed to handle future traffic. It can accommodate an extra lane if needed. So it was designed with development anticipated on this property as well as the school. So as far as 83 and Walker, we accounted for the school traffic. We actually studied, we accounted not only for the volume of the traffic, but also the peak flow characteristics of the traffic, because as everybody knows, schools have sharper traffic peaks, 15 minutes to a half an hour. That's when most of the parents come picking up and dropping off. So we looked at the traffic data and we adjusted our flow rates for the peak characteristics. The 3 periods we studied the morning peak hour, the mid-afternoon or school peak hour, if you will, and the later afternoon peak hour, your 4:30 to 5:30 period. So we studied all three of those in our study. And that takes into account, as I said, the school traffic and the school peak flow characteristics. Because when we do level of service, it takes into account they're called the peak hour factor. It takes into account churches and schools, things that peak really sharply. And what level of service actually tells you is what the delay is for the peak 15 minutes of the peak hour. So it actually accounts for those peak flows. So if you have a real sharp peak, it's going to give you the level of service, the delay for the peak 15 minutes of traffic. So that's just something to keep in mind when you look at levels of service E and F. Is this telling you the busiest 15 minutes? So we looked at the intersection. We did short and long-term projections. We found the intersection was showing levels of service below D, delays in the below D range during those school peaks, morning and mid-afternoon. And again, a lot of that's because of that peak flow, the sharp peaks. So knowing that levels of service below D are not acceptable, we tested some alternatives for improvements at 83 and Walker. And that's what we came up with what we deemed the solution to bring it up to acceptable levels, even at those school peaks. So that's what we had recommended: additional laneage on that crossroad, Walker and 105 in the east-west direction. So that's in our study as recommendations for side street laneage improvements, capacity improvements. Along with signal improvements, we also did analysis of maybe if they ever do roundabout there as an option. So that's also included in our study, because they did the one up at Palmer Divide and 83. So we ran the roundabout to see what that would look like, and it looks like that would be good as well. As far as Jane Lundeen goes, when we did the Monument Academy study, and that road was sized, and it was sized and built as a urban non-residential collector, which has a high capacity in terms of traffic volume. When we did that study, we had assumed some development on this ground that we're talking about. And in fact, some of that was commercial. So we actually accounted for that, and the road was sized for higher traffic than's there today. And same with the roundabout and the section of Walker, between the roundabout and Highway 83. When we looked at the access points to this project, if you think about it, you have to, because there's a right-in only at the south end, I find the pointer here. So this is an entry only here. So if you're coming out of the development, you want to get to 83 or Walker 105, you have to make a left turn. And during those peak flow times, lots of parent pickup and drop off. During those very sharpest peaks, it can be, the numbers show it can be difficult to make a left turn. It's in the delay range of below D. So okay, how do we solve this? Because you can't go right onto 83. And so we essentially came up with a couple alternatives for how to deal with that. One option is we ran a possible roundabout here at the access, and that works fine for improving that delay. The other is to put a couple of extra lanes on the approach to the intersection so that if people, and chances are people that live there, they know what they're moving next to a school, so they know they're going to have traffic peak time. So people that live there will probably adjust their schedules to avoid those peaks. But if they, and some people will, not to say that they won't leave during the school peak times, but if they do, if we give them options, there's an option of perhaps giving extra lanes so they can make a right turn instead of a left, go down to that roundabout, make a U-turn, come back up, and get north that way. The other possibility is they could work with the school on maybe doing some metering of traffic leaving. There's no guarantee that the school will do that, but that's an option to consider, because what you have, part of the reason for the delay is that you got one car after another with these roundabouts. So, but if you were to physically stop the people coming out for a few moments, it creates some gaps for some of those traffic movements to occur. So those are the things we looked at as options. And again, you could do a roundabout in the middle access. We tried an all-way stop, but that would kind of not work so well for north-south. It would probably, then the north-south would become a E or an F level service. So we didn't want that. So those are the options we looked at to reduce some of the delay for those traffic movements coming out of those sites, because there's limitations in what you can do for access there because of 83 and CDOT. So, any other questions?
No, that pretty much covers it. Thank you.
Commissioner Weissong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While you're talking transportation, the southern approach, and I can't remember the street name. Thank you. Heading north on 83, it's only a right in.
Correct.
I didn't hear you say anything about doing a right out onto 83 north.
Yeah, and I think he's talking about Pinehurst, right? That southern.
Pinehurst
Yeah.
is here. That is a right. CDOT will not allow a right out. We tried that, and they did not allow it. This was at the Monument Academy. When we did the Monument Academy study, that was something that was requested, but they turned us down.
Okay. Then I have other questions.
Go ahead, proceed, Commissioner Weissong.
Okay. I don't have numbers on the slides, but if you could go to what is unique, character about the Walden area.
I would have been quicker if I X'd out, but I'm committed now. There we go.
I wasn't sure if I heard you right, but you made a comment about high traffic, light, noise, etc., is not typically found in low density areas. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, typically you don't see lower density single family residential detached adjacent to state highways. There are some instances of that, but new developments, it's just not marketable, quite frankly.
Okay. Then if you advance forward a couple of slides, minimum.
Commissioner Weissong, if you wouldn't mind, could I just ask a follow-up question to that?
Oh, yes.
So you mentioned that they're not marketable, which I think is probably a fair comment. Is that part of the reason that you are moving forward with this request then? Is that it has to do with marketability?
No, obviously that's a factor. I mean, you can sell anything, right? Somebody will buy it usually. But when you have those urban level services literally across the street, the county, all the county's criteria, including the El Paso County Public Health, all of their criteria encourage connection to centralized services. The only way to justify extending centralized services is to have density that supports that, to offset that cost. So it's a logical expectation that this is not going to be 5-acre zoning.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Weissong.
Okay. Again, moving towards the end of the presentation, minimal change. No, too far.
I think it's back, yeah.
Yep, here. I find it interesting how we keep talking about 5-acre large lot, 2.5, 2.5 or 2.5, where it says minimal change. And it seems as though we're doing something much larger than a minimal change.
Ladies and gentlemen, please adhere to our rules of decorum. Please do not clap and please do not burst out. Thank you.
And then if you could advance a couple more slides to the suburban residential place type. One more. Okay. In reading this, predominantly residential areas in mostly single family. It can also include limited single family attached and multifamily. Under the right-hand side, suburban residential place type, to me, you left out something that is really critical that it was in the master plan and was in the staff report, that the primary, and that word was left off the slide, is single-family residential detached. It just kind of seems interesting that you chose to leave off a major descriptor that's in the master plan.
So my reading of that, Commissioner Weissong, and I appreciate the questions, and I'll address the second point you made too, if I can, Madam
Sure.
Chair. When it says primarily single-family detached residential, if you look at the acreage attributable to single-family detached residential in this suburban residential place type, we haven't calculated it, but I would guess it's probably well over 90%, if not more like 96%. We're asking for a very small percentage of that acreage to be zoned for one of those two supporting land uses that the master plan specifically calls out as uses that should be allowable in this area.
So this is just, maybe this is a staff question, but I didn't, in some cases, we look at a large area, in some cases, we look at a small area. So in this case, you're incorporating the whole area that has been marked suburban residential, that you've got a real small percentage, versus the property that is really in question, it's 100% multifamily.
Yeah, and the only way you're going to get a true mix of all of the whole spectrum of residential, you'd have to have thousands of acres in order to master plan all of that. Obviously, we're dealing with a much smaller piece of property.
Okay.
If I could go back to the point you were making about area change, the change here is not from R5 or R2.5, right? That's not the kind of the starting point. The starting point is half-acre lots. The starting point is Monument Academy, which is a very intense land use. So the starting point is not 5-acre lots. I apologize if that was confusing in my presentation, but the change, the step up, if you will, is not as large as you indicated, I think, in the comment that you made. It's not from 5-acre lots. It's from a very urbanized existing community that has urban level services.
Okay, I'll hold that one. Moving just a little bit further towards the and priority development area. That one. You were making reference that there could be some inconsistencies, but if I'm not correct, and I'm not sure if I heard this, that the master plan was done in 21, but Walden development was already there.
Correct.
So it's not necessarily incompatible. They were just trying to provide future direction. Is that a reasonable assumption?
If that were the case, then none of this should be crosshatched on the map. It should have been left out as not that large lot residential. So I think it's a mapping error more than anything, and I'll take credit for that. But none of this is 2.5 acres, which would fall into that large lot residential category, right? It's all less than 2.5 acres, and in a lot of cases, all the way down to half acre, which calls into question the exercise of mapping this priority development area for this specific suburban residential place type area. Because they should have been taken out, because they're never going to be 2.5 acre large lot residential, because they're already developed with central services.
So going back to the other question, if you look at half acre, so 2 units per acre, et cetera, or I mean, as kind of an example, versus a higher density of either 12 or 13 or 12 to 30, that seems to be a pretty far reach.
Well, and again, I don't think you just include, and again, the spacing on that is substantial. You have a huge buffer between the two. And some of that buffer is yet to develop. But we do know that Monument Academy is going to be there. And so that sort of changed the rules of the game a little bit when it comes to what should be expected here, because that allows for walkability. And as I showed, there's already crosswalks that are in place. There's an anticipation of pedestrian traffic crossing Jane Lundeen. You don't normally get that with 2.5 acre density. That's pretty much an auto-centric type development.
But if I also heard correctly, that where the school sits is really immaterial because it can go into any zoning type.
That's very true.
Okay.
But it did choose to go here, which creates, it sort of changed the character. And I was here when the school went through, and a lot of people opposed the school. I think most people now probably look at the school as a good thing. I would guess that some of the people sitting behind me, their children probably go to that school, or maybe grandchildren. But it's there, and it's now part of that community. It's part of the character of this community.
You brought up the term walkability. Where do you walk to?
So, as I said, there's already ramps in place, pedestrian ramps to walk over to Monument Academy. Those will obviously have to be improved on the west side of Jane Lundeen, but you can also walk to the open space areas within Walden. And all of that is open to the public. It's not private. Those are all open to the public. And they have a great open space network of trails and open space areas with their ponds. And that is very walkable from this location. Sure, there's not commercial here, but as hard as it is to get rezoned for RM30, I would venture to guess commercial is probably never going to happen, right? Not all higher density residential areas are adjacent to commercial. Those are decisions that are made by this dais, City of Colorado Springs, City Council, et cetera. Not all of those are possible. And we see some of those up and down, frankly, the Powers corridor, where you can't walk to the nearest commercial because nobody's going to walk down Powers Boulevard. But it's not exclusive to say, well, if you can't walk to commercial, then it's not walkable. I don't think that's fair to really most multifamily developments, because you develop the property that's available to you that has those services. Maybe the commercial comes, but we all know that commercial comes with rooftops. If there's not enough rooftops to support the commercial, they're not interested. That could have been done here. There's a history of commercial anticipated at this exact intersection. That's not what's being proposed. It's a step down from that.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
I'm just going to quickly ask a couple more questions, and I think we'll probably be ready to wrap up this portion and probably take a break. I just want to talk a bit more about traffic around the school and safety. We did receive a letter from Monument Academy concerned about safety. It was not particularly specific, so I don't know if it's just the traffic safety, but the traffic was mentioned. So can you just talk to a little bit about how you believe that you are, there were several things. We know that it's going to be up to the school, for example, on the one of changing schedules. I live very close to a school, very familiar with the traffic concerns around a school. I've never seen one yet that didn't have traffic concerns, no matter how hard they try. I founded a charter school, so I know, right in the middle of a neighborhood. And so I know we do our best to be good neighbors and to mitigate those things. But how is this going to work, and how are you going to mitigate any safety concerns? Have you heard about any additional safety concerns that might be represented that were non-specific from MA? And just, can you speak to that?
That's a great question, and there's a lot in that question. I think, as you stated, being in the immediate vicinity of a school is always tough. Schools generally, as you all know, kind of get to do what they want to do. There's very limited county oversight on schools, not only during the entitlement process, certainly during the construction process, and even more so during the operation process. The applicants that are involved in this specific rezoning request have a great relationship with Monument Academy. And as we said, they agreed to help pay for the infrastructure to support Monument Academy. That's how close the relationship is. There are programmatic things that you can do. My kids go to a charter school. There's staggered starts. There's still traffic, right? It's a short period of time, seasonally, 9 months out of the year. And those are things that if we work with them, you can mitigate. I will note that in the PM, you're not going to have that conflict. It's in the AM. And the way that it's designed, as Mr. Hodson pointed out, is to make sure that the flow coming out of Monument Academy goes up to the roundabout. It doesn't go into the neighborhood, right? So the area that's bearing the burden, if you will, is Jane Lundeen. And it's that short section of Walker Road from the roundabout to CDOT's controlled Highway 83 intersection. CDOT's all over it. I've interacted with CDOT for 20 some years. When that traffic trips that improvement, that ask is coming. It's either coming from this development or another development. So those improvements will have to be made at some point. It's just a matter of when. And as you're all aware, you can't ask for improvements before they're due because there's potential that you take on liability for an improvement that actually causes an accident because the traffic doesn't warrant it, right? There's a step-by-step process. When the site development plans or the final plats come back to develop this property, assuming it gets approved, your staff's going to have another crack at reviewing the traffic study because we have to update that traffic study based upon the number of units being proposed if it's multifamily, or based upon the number of lots that are being platted if it's a final plat for single family or single family attached. This isn't the end of the conversation when it comes to traffic. Quite frankly, it's kind of the beginning. So all of those things you stack up over the course of getting your entitlements, we are going to have to continue looking at the impacts of traffic and identifying what is the trigger for when some of these improvements that are really capacity improvements, when do those need to be made? So it's not the beginning, it's the end. And your staff does a great job of making sure that all of those things are covered in the county's best interest as they do the review of those traffic studies.
Okay, so I just want to zero in on this again, a little bit. The question around the staggered start times, and I'm happy to have your traffic individual speak to this. But the staggered start times, that meant something different to me than what you described just a little bit ago, where you were talking about potentially that couldn't just include someone standing out and kind of directing traffic. Is that what was intended? Or I think when I read, staggered start times, it was really potentially disruptive to the day of the school. But are you saying that you think this can be mitigated with simply having someone, orange vest type situation standing there and taking that pause every, obviously there would have to be some methodology to this, but.
Yes, in that situation, that's what I was referring to, that it wouldn't be that the start and finish times of certain parts of the grades or whatever would be staggered, although that was an option that was mentioned in our master study for the school. But in this case, when we talk about trying to reduce the delay for the development and allowing some of those left turns to come out of there, during those peak times, what I was referring to is you just basically have a staff person and you have them just temporarily, before people at the stop sign to leave the school, just pause them for a period of a few moments, maybe 15 seconds to 30 seconds periodically, and that creates those gaps. That's not changing the school hours. I was just referring to that potentially. I think that's done at another school, or was done at one time, another charter school in town here. So,
and I guess that is another question that I have is, are you stating that you think that those are typical things that schools do to mitigate traffic around schools in general, or would this be out of the norm of what is typical?
I don't think it's something that's done very often, but I do know there's an example of it being done at one particular school in town here. But I would say it's not a usual occurrence, and we're not relying on that to happen. It's just one possibility. We're looking at, okay, what could we do? What are all the possibilities?
And so even if the school said, we don't want to be disrupted by this, you believe the other mitigation methods would suffice to create safety and meet the standards of El Paso County in terms of our traffic?
Yes, and we have actually, we prepared some deviations to address that, and those will be handled at the next stage of development. So those will need to be processed, and that looks very carefully at those alternatives. So that will come up with the development plan. So, but no, it doesn't rely on anything the school does. Obviously, if the school's concerned about safety, there are options to add pedestrian crossings of different types, doing different treatments of pedestrian. There's not a lot of pedestrians in the area. Most of it's people being driven, kids being driven. If they're worried about congestion and safety related to congestion, this project's proposing improvements to mitigate their impacts. But the school could, they could change some of the start times of classes. That's because that reduces your peak flow. It spreads it out. It splits it up. So that's a possibility that they could do. I know that's disruptive to parents and staff. It's not, you don't see it done very often, but that is a possibility that they could do that would help traffic flow.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, with that, thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to take, I'm going to say 15 minutes, about a 15-minute break for comfort purposes, and we will return for the public input. We're in recess. I'm calling this meeting back to order. And we are going to now proceed with the public input portion of this hearing. However, we are getting very close to lunchtime, and I want to give everyone a heads up. We always start with the support of the application, and then we move to opposition. So we are going to begin with the support of the application. As long as that doesn't go too long, I'm going to try and break after the support for lunch, and we will take an hour lunch break, and then we will come back for opposition. So at this time, I'm going to call forward anyone who is here to speak in support of this item. Because of the number of people that we have here today, we are going to give 90 seconds for public comment. Please do not break our rules of decorum. We're asking for cooperation and respect to everyone that's here to speak, please. So if you're here to speak in support, please do come on down, make sure you're signed in, state your name for the record, and you will have a minute and a half to speak.
Good morning. Afternoon. My name is Pete Bean with Abigail Homes. My name is Pete Bean, and I'm with Abigail Homes. I've been building houses in Walden Preserve for the last 3+ years and been blessed with great success. The people I've sold homes to love the Walden community, and it is very different from any other neighborhood in the area, with its 4.5 miles of trails, 2 recreational ponds, pickleball court, and unique services of central water and sewer. I currently own 5 properties in Walden, and I'm building a new home for my family on one of them. Our family loves the Walden neighborhood, and the same reason all of our customers do as well. I have toured this site under consideration for rezoning, and I believe that the rezoning would not have any negative impact on the current Walden neighborhoods. The site is located between 83 and Monument Academy. I believe that because of the proximity of the Highway 83 and the Academy, that this is not a good site for individual homes, but is an excellent site for the zoning being proposed. The site is not even visible from any of my properties in Walden Preserve, and based on where it is located, I believe the vast majority of the traffic would never even enter the neighborhood. I understand that in 2013, the area of Walden Preserve, where I've been building these homes, current owned properties, and I'm planning on building and living as met.
Sir, your time has expired, so if you'd wrap up your comments, please.
For one, I'm very thankful for the county commissioners at that time. I saw a bigger picture and approved that development back in 2013.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just ask if we can have AV turn on the indicator. There we go, so that all of our speakers are aware. Thank you. I do want to just remind everyone, again, I said this earlier, but please remember that the board cannot consider the popularity, the number of people for or against an item in our decision-making from a legal perspective. And so I'd ask if your comments are the same, consider just saying that your comments were the same and keep those, keep the hearing moving so that we can hear from as many people as possible. And please go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chris Jube. I know the corridor very well. I've been here for 26 years, but I was one of the first teachers at MA Academy when the new school went up. So I taught 2 years over at West and 1 year at East. And actually, the developer, Matt, helped us secure a property for our family just south of this. And we're probably the closest to the development than anyone in the room. And so we're very much aware of the traffic impacts and the visual impacts, because we would actually be able to see it. But I want to speak on really the need for housing in this area, I believe. The house that we secured south of the property, I've actually had 3 of my children live there. It was Micah and Kaya live there now. Micah's going to speak here in a minute, but there was also a son-in-law and daughter, and then the son-in-laws. I have a lot of children, so people were there. These were young families who wanted housing, and they couldn't find it. I've got a lot of adult children who are just having a difficult time securing a house in El Paso County or even an apartment. So for that reason, I am most enthusiastic about this development, to have a dense population there or a apartment, because the closest apartment to this area is about 5 miles away. And that I think is a very healthy development for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support? Please come on forward. Again, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thanks, Commissioners. I am Micah Jube, so that was my dad who just spoke. So I live on the closest property, that's 5 acres, right next to the proposed development. And my wife and I have 4 children that we raise on the property. We like development. We like the developers. We think that the development that they did behind the property was beautiful. I think if anyone is going to develop, these developers have shown that they are incredibly responsible with the beautiful buildings that they've built. The property's values have gone up. Everything that has been built in that area has exceeded the expectations of most people that were nervous about that. And then the school itself is a very high quality, very good school that I plan to send my kids to when they're in high school, or if they add on to the school to make it so younger kids can go there. So we really like that part of it. And then also, things need to be affordable. I have 15 siblings that are around this area, and we've been very lucky to find a 5-acre piece of property to live on. But it's very hard just to find a place where we can all live close. I have siblings that are in the county, but they're 30, 45 minutes away. And that's too bad that they can't live in the area that they grew up in because it's just too unaffordable. So I think adding more compact housing solutions is a great idea. And I like what Walden did with the 2.5 acres and then the half-acre lots. And again, we have young children, and we feel perfectly safe with the traffic and with all the people that moved in behind us. So I support this 100%.
Thank you.
Is it possible to get additional time if anybody's willing to forfeit theirs? It shouldn't take over 45 minutes. I mean, I've really worked hard on this. I'm just
No,
kidding.
so we're not doing pooled time today because we have such a large group. So I would ask you to stay with the 1 minute, 30-second time limit, please.
Okay, do my best. My name is Shay Miles. I'm an adjacent landowner that Craig was talking about earlier. And some worry that higher density isn't right for this area. I understand that concern, but I believe this particular site sits directly between a major high school and a heavily traveled roadway. Large lot developments here would place homes in a less than ideal location. It also prices out many who would love to live in this area. And most of us have benefited from the growth that happened before we arrived. I think if we're realistic with ourselves, we realize that these were pastures that have now become neighborhoods. And we all once looked at now that we're able to proudly call these things home. When you look at successful current communities along major corridors like Highway 83, you see a natural evolution. Thoughtful densities, mixed use, trails, parks, gathering places that create vibrant, thriving neighborhoods instead of isolated lots. We all know that density should and does increase as we near major thoroughfares and roadway intersections. The Northgate Boulevard and Highway 83 intersection, just 5 miles to the south, is a perfect example of this. I think that this proposal is the best fit for this area and the adjacent areas surrounding 83 and the 105 intersection. I've recently attended conference to learn about the development that is occurring around the country, and as a builder and developer myself, the trend is tending toward much smaller homes, higher densities, to make homes much more affordable where those people that want to live in this area don't have the opportunity. That's what I see that Matt and Bill are trying to create here, and I'm in support of that.
Thank you, sir. And I'll just remind for anyone who has more comments than they have time to speak, just a reminder that you can submit those and give them to the clerk if you would like to have those entered into the record. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stan Searle. I have property a quarter mile from the subject property. My house is about 3/4 of a mile away on a little ranch that we own. Whatever happens on this 17 acres, I'll be able to look at every day. And so we have a special interest in it. I was thinking about the fact that back in the 80s, through the Tri-Lakes Chamber of Commerce, we worked hard to get new business, any kind of business, to Monument. We scrambled to keep Synthes from taking their 600 or 700 jobs to Tennessee. With the help of the governor, we got that accomplished. But we were looking at a situation where we were trying to get little businesses to come in as fast as businesses went out of business in Monument. So now, 35 years later, we look around and see development every direction and the associated traffic with it. But that's just a necessary part, a natural part of what we were trying to achieve. And personally, I'm pleased, given that every acre that's open is going to get developed by somebody for some profitable purpose. And I'm pleased that this 17-acre little piece of land will be developed by somebody who has a local resident who has a history of responsible, positive benefit to the community.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else who would like to speak in support?
Jeffrey Dunstan. I'm the representative for the property, the horse property directly west. I'm here today in support of the rezone for approval. It's fitting within the county master plan as a suburban residential place type. Some public comments today I think might be written by AI, but I'm just going to be real with you guys. The Dunston family likes providing places for people to live. And a lot of people in this room live in a development that we did. Back in 2013, there was much more people here today that were against that. And a lot of people wouldn't have a place to live right now if that didn't get approved. This means a lot to our family. There's no one that has more of a vested interest in this community and the surrounding areas than us. We believe Monument Academy fully success. We just love the success of that. My sister's a graduating senior. Grace Dunston's right up there. They recently received the greatest donation in the state of Colorado history, $17 million for new athletic facilities and for a field. And just representing this horse property, I would say there's nobody that has a greater view of this future site. And there's 54 horses that live there, and I didn't hear a single complaint out of any of them. And they're all in favor of this. Now, they don't like horse flies, and that windy mailbox might be a problem, but good folks living across the way that come over and little girls that'll pet them, they are all in that. So this corner is perfectly suitable with the infrastructure and location. What I would say is, when is the last house allowed? You guys are all here in this room. I believe these people should be here too. And it's not a $2 million house, not a $1.3 million house. It's residential people. And I think this fully is fully in support of this. So thank you, guys.
Okay, anyone else who'd like to speak in support of this application? Okay, with that, yes. If there's no one else who wants to speak in support at this time, we're going to go ahead and we're going to recess for lunch. We will come back at 10 till 1. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We are returning from recess and we are on the public input portion of the hearing. And we are going to move to those who are here to speak in opposition. Just as a reminder, a couple of housekeeping items here, that you will have a minute and a half to speak, that you will need to make sure you are signed in, that you state your name for the record before you begin. Also remember, let's please keep unique comments and evidence as what we are putting on the record. Reminder that a head count of those for and against are not is not something that we can consider legally. So please make sure you are providing unique evidence related very specifically to the criteria by which we must make a legal decision. With that, I will go ahead and ask the first speaker to come forward.
Terry Christensen, Monument. Simply increasing density does not guarantee that homes will be affordable to working families. 53% of the El Paso County need is in renting. If apartments in the Tri-Lakes County area are an indication of rents, it would be between $1,850 and $2,200 for a two-bedroom apartment. Density should not be directed to locations or should be directed to locations specifically identified for that purpose in the community's comprehensive plan, rather than applied simply because utilities are available. Sidewalks to nowhere. The applicant just wants to create destinations for their sidewalks. Mr. Dossi stated that the problem with the master plan is that you can pick it apart to have it tell you what you want. That is a quote. And it's exactly what he has done. If that is true, then the logical response is not to disregard the master plan, it is to interpret it honestly and consistently and to apply guardrails. A comprehensive or master plan is the community's adopted vision for future growth. It represents years of public input, technical analysis, and policy decisions made by elected officials. It exists to provide predictability for residents, property owners, developers, and decision makers. If the community believes the master plan is no longer effective and reflects its vision, the proper solution is to amend it. Otherwise, planning becomes reactive rather than intentional. The applicant says it's coming, but you county commissioners are going to determine how it comes. If the master plan can mean anything, then it effectively means nothing. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. And I can just ask you all to please kind of organize yourself to queue up. And so that way, hopefully, we can keep things going and we don't have a lot of transition time in the middle. Thank you.
I'm going to say good morning to you all before I start the clock.
AV team, which button to go forward? Top, down, or to the right?
This.
And you're going to use this little guy down here instead of like this? Yep, you got it. And then you're going to want to speak in.
So how do I advance? How do you like to advance then if you're going to show the timer? Let us know what you need. Okay, not a problem. Okay.
Please do proceed.
There you go. Okay. Test. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and County staff. My name is Paul Pusateri, and I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak here today for 90 seconds. I'm here on behalf of the residents, property owners, and families who've made the decision to invest in the state of Colorado because they believed in El Paso County's vision for the Black Forest Walden Preserve area. My wife and I bought our home from Bill and Matt Dunstan in February 2023. It's located at 3846 Pinehurst Circle. After I attended the Planning Commission hearing on June 18th, I felt it was important for me to be here today. First and foremost, we would like to recognize and appreciate the hard work the Board of County Commissioners, all of you, do in reviewing the many complex applications that come before you. As you know, the Planning Commission reviewed the evidence presented on June 18th, and they clearly recognized the fundamental incompatibility of the request and as such voted 6-1 to deny. That decision was based on criteria, not emotion, and was not subjective. We are here today to strongly urge the board to uphold the Planning Commission's vote and deny the rezoning request, which clearly fails El Paso County's standards. In situations like this, it's been my experience that when developers are challenged, they often refer to existing homeowners as being anti-development, as Mr. Dawsey did in the Planning Commission meeting back in June. Let me be clear, we are not here because we oppose development. We recognize El Paso County is growing. We support responsible, well-planned growth that follows the standards that the county has already adopted through the Master Plan and Land Development Code. Tamara.
Hi, I'm Tamara Pusateri. The developer is requesting to rezone approximately 15 acres from RR5 to a combination of RM12 and RM30, which is high-density multi-family zoning. This will create an abrupt and incompatible transition. This is not incremental growth. It's radical transformation from rural residential to high-density urban development. The question is, does a specific rezoning request meet the legal criteria in Section 5.3.5 of the Land Development Code? What we will demonstrate today by using the county's own Master Plan, Land Development Code, staff report, and applicant materials, we will demonstrate this proposal fails the four required criteria, which are statutory compliance, compatibility, Master Plan conformance, and site suitability. The question before this board is not, should El Paso County grow? Should this property ever be developed? Does the county need more housing? Can these parcels be serviced by water and sewer? If not here, then where, as stated by Mr. Ducey? The question is, does the specific rezoning satisfy the standards in the county's own Land Development Code and Master Plan?
Hello, Elise Lyons, Walden Preserve. The Planning Commission concluded this proposal is not in general conformance with the Master Plan. The Planning Commission staff acknowledged multiple Master Plan conflicts. The Master Plan designates this area as large lot residential and minimal change. If the board approves this application, what evidence would support a finding of general conformance? In closing, I would like to share a few things. During a break at the Planning Commission meeting on June 18th, Matt Dunstan, the applicant, told a group of us that the Planning Commission would deny P261 and P262, and also that the Board of County Commissioners, all of you, would approve it regardless. I want to be careful here. I'm not suggesting this board has made up its mind, and I trust it isn't true. But I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't share this, because all of the residents in this room heard the outcome of today's hearing predicted with confidence before the hearing and the vote happened. We're raising it because we believe you'd want to know it was said. And because we trust this board to prove that prediction wrong by giving this application the same independent criteria-based review the Planning Commission gave it. Additionally, we recognize that applicants often make investments in anticipation of future development. However, prior expenditures, infrastructure planning, or expectations regarding future land use are not approval criteria under the Land Development Code.
Hello, I'm Linda Fredericks. The question before the board is not how much has been invested or what anyone anticipated would happen, but whether this specific rezoning satisfies the required findings related to master plan conformance, compatibility, and site suitability. The question is whether applications P261 and P262 satisfy the county's adopted standards, consistency with the master plan, compatibility with surrounding uses, and other required criteria. Our position is that they do not, and today we'll explain why. What we ask is that growth and development follow the standards the county has already adopted through the master plan and land development code. Property rights belong to everyone, applicants and existing residents. The Planning Commission spent hours reviewing the application, hearing testimony, questioning staff, and evaluating the county's adopted criteria. The Planning Commission reviewed the evidence. The criteria have not changed. The record supports denial. And as such, we respectfully ask you to vote no on P261 and P262. Thank you all for allowing us to present to you today, and thank you for your time and attention to this very important matter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Catherine King Walker, and an attorney for over 20 years and a Walden resident. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I and a few of my neighbors will be speaking to the statutory requirements to the zoning amendment application at hand. There are three primary statutes that you may be already aware. Colorado Revised Statutes 3028-111, 3028-113, 3028-116. And as you may know, with any statutory provision comes case law precedent. Case law gives us the mandate as to how a statute should be applied and/or enforced. And here in Colorado, the law appears well settled in favor of the property owners in similar situations. 3028-111 states in part, county zoning regulations shall be made in accordance with a comprehensive master plan. El Paso County's master plan is that comprehensive plan in this situation. It is not optional. It is mandatory language that includes preserve rural residential communities, only allow for nodes of higher density zone designated in the plan, which are restricted to those transitional areas bordering the cities of Colorado Springs and Falcon. This is not general guidance, it is mandatory. And per Wainwright v. City of Wheat Ridge, which is a Colorado appeals court case, substantial compliance with statutory provisions in favor of property owners is required for lawful enactment of zoning.
Your time has expired. Please finish your comment.
Thank you. The staff report further acknowledged that there were several discrepancies, but they ultimately recommended approval.
Thank you.
However, these are
Thank
all
you.
policy. Thank you for
Your
your
time has
time.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Richard Robinette. I live on Walker Road, right above the Walden North neighborhood and very close to the proposed site. Section 3028-113 requires uniformity and consistency in zoning. Current zoning is RR5, and the applicant requests a change to RM12 and RM30. RR5 means one family to 5 acres. RM30 is up to 150 families to 5 acres. That is anything but consistent. And the presence of a school, which is immune to zoning restrictions, does not turn nearby zoning into a mere suggestion. Section 116 governs amendments to zoning, and the Colorado Supreme Court clarified Section 116 in Holly Development v. Board. They said zoning should not be changed unless it is clearly required for the public good. And that case gives us 3 principles that we should follow. 1, property owners have a foundational right to stability and an expectation that nearby zoning cannot be arbitrarily shifted for a private developer. 2, zoning changes are only justified when changing community conditions, not the speculative claims of a developer, strictly require an amendment. We're the community and nothing's changed. 3, zoning power originates from the state's policing power, and therefore amendments must fundamentally protect public health and safety. Highway 83 is not a superhighway. 105 and Walker are not superhighways. They're 2-lane county roads with no median and no shoulders. Adding traffic to these streets is not public safety, and neither is protecting developer profits.
Thank you. Your
Thank
time has expired.
My name is Makita Bennett. I'm from the Walden community. The applicant argues El Paso County needs more housing. However, as noted, housing demand is not a statutory standard. It is a policy preference. We agree housing is needed, but this need is a policy consideration, not a statutory standard. We are sympathetic to housing needs generally, but the strict criterion asks whether this application conforms to the master plan, not whether the county has a broader housing shortage. As mentioned, there are other areas in the county more suitable for RM12, RM30, i.e. the Jackson Creek area. The statutory language does not say approve rezoning if housing demand exists. Rather, relevant statute and case law note, zoning shall be made in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and zoning laws must be strictly construed in favor of property owners. Wainwright versus City of Wheat Ridge, Colorado 38, application 485. The comprehensive plan does not contemplate RM12 or RM30 in this location. Again, regional housing needs equate to policy argument for a possible amendment to the CRS, not a bias for the approving an individual rezone application that the current adopted plan does not support. The application may satisfy the procedural requirements under Colorado law.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ayla Culver, and I live less than a quarter of a mile from the proposed site right off of Walker. In addition, there are several precedent concerns. If the county departs from its adopted master plan framework without a criteria-based rationale, not only is it a violation of the aforementioned regulations and laws, every future applicant will reasonably expect the same preferential treatment. Each exception weakens the framework for every citizen who relies on it, and there's a lot of us here today. Approving this application based on housing need grounds opens every rural designation in the county to the same predicament. Inconsistent application of the rule of law is itself a statutory concern pursuant to 30-28-116 and Holly Development. The applicant is asking the county to set aside its statutory obligation for personal benefit under the guise of housing need. If a large lot residential and minimal change area can be arbitrarily converted to RM30 despite proven conflicts, what future applicant could be denied the same standards? What slippery slope are we creating for the next application, and the one after that, and the one after that? Thus, based on the statutory requirements of Criteria 1 alone, this application must be denied.
Hi, I'm Leslie Cerzo. I'm a resident of Walden. So, what makes a rezoning application compliant under the law in this particular situation? First and foremost, follow all mandates in the master plan pursuant to CRS 30-28-111. A rezoning made in accordance with the master plan would, 1, be in an area of transition or change, not an area of stability. Align with the large lot residential place type, direction, and not contradict it. Include an adequate density transition from surrounding zoning. Have a master plan designation that explicitly anticipates higher density residential areas. And if the board finds that rezoning is appropriate pursuant to the aforementioned statutes, the rezoning must be consistent and uniform with the existing surrounding structures. Protect property owners' rights pursuant to the Holly Development versus Board of County Commissioners, which includes the right to stability and reliance of existing zoning. Here are R5. Rezoning cannot be arbitrarily executed for development benefits. Only justified when changing community conditions strictly require an amendment to serve the general welfare and public. And lastly, must fundamentally protect the health and the general welfare rather than the developer's private interests. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Heather Tiffany. My husband and I own a property right off of Highway 83, not far from where this rezoning is proposed. The Planning Commission expressed significant concerns about capability, particularly regarding density transition and surrounding character. Those concerns are supported by the record. The surrounding area remains predominantly RR5, RR 2.5, agricultural, and large lot residential in nature. Compatibility requires evaluating the following things: density relative to neighbors, development intensity and traffic, transitions between uses, and character of the surrounding environment. And this is in all directions, not just along one corridor, is verbatim from the code. Land Development Code, Chapter 1, the definition. Per El Paso County's Land Development Code, Chapter 1, it refers to how sensitively a proposed use, activity, or design maintains the character of existing development in the vicinity. The standard does not require proposals to be identical, but states that it must be sensitive to maintaining existing character. A 12 to 30 unit per acre multifamily development next to large lot rural residential and single family suburban residential is a categorical change in scale, mass, and bulk, which is the code lists as the primary compatibility factors. This is a concrete, non-subjective checklist. The question is, how does a multifamily structure at this scale and adjacent to the site and currently required by the master plan?
Hello, I am Jill Zubak and I live in Walden Preserve. The Planning Commission agreed that the compatibility criterion requires all directions, not just Highway 83. As shown in this slide, this criteria is clearly not met. The applicant wants to use Monument Academy to show a buffer. However, Monument Academy does not serve as a buffer by definition, as the master plan states that a charter school is a permitted land use under El Paso County land rules. A charter school is allowed to operate in a rural residential RR5 zone if it receives a special county approval called an approval of location. Mr. Dossey's own definition at the hearing supports this distinction. The school does not serve as a buffer when the Tract B, which is RR5, an applicant owned, is a direct south neighbor. Compatibility is not about zoning in on one lot or a charter school. The area must be defined by something objective, the master plan's own place type boundary, not by whichever Zoom level produces the answer the applicant wants. Dossey also stated that this is not a tipping point. However, that is an impossibility. He states that this is a unique situation, yet he also talks about this request being compatible.
those are opposites. If nothing comparable can be replicated anywhere nearby, the applicant has just described an island, not a compatible extension of the surrounding area. Unique islands are exactly what the master plan prohibits and defines as incompatible. The Planning Commission agrees that this land is an island, one of a kind.
Hello, Commissioners. Damon Tiffany. This picture up on the slide illustrates the safety concern on the roads in the area. It was taken a week ago during a fire nearby. And during the Black Forest fire, there were also significant traffic concerns when residents were trying to evacuate and waited more than an hour and a half. And we had a fraction of the single-family homes that we have today. The traffic study shows that roads are operating at or beyond capacity today, despite DOSI saying that roads can handle the traffic shown in the traffic study. As this picture illustrates, RM12 and RM30 adds approximately 2,000 vehicle trips per day. Walker Road and Highway 83 intersection is already a documented concern. And as shown on this slide, traffic in front of my house on Highway 83 already backs up when there are emergencies or accidents on I-25. This was taken in the summer, not when school was in session. DOSI also said that this location for RM12 and RM30 would provide more walkability. The board members asked, to where? What is around? Valid questions. The 60-mile-an-hour speed limit on Highway 83 plus more residents equals more children walking along a high-speed road. That's not walkability. A board member also noted walkability would be a low score here. When DOSI compares this location to LP High School, another board member noted the comparison of this site unfavorably to Lewis Palmer High School in terms of what multifamily residents can walk to. Infrastructure compatibility is not just about utilities. It's about whether this intensity can be safely served and serve the residents of the planned and proposed buildings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Leslie Hanks. I live in Monument. The applicant stated that the immediate neighbor is the school, not family homes, but the record shows the applicant's own Track B immediately south of the site is zoned RR5. The RV storage, the horse barn, and similar uses also remain RR5. County staff confirmed the surrounding zoning is RR5. Rural uses within RR5 do not justify high-density zoning. The applicant stated there's a lot of vacant land in this vicinity, but the record shows the master plan designates this area minimal change developed and states that these areas are largely built out. The surrounding land is occupied by homes, ranches, and agricultural uses. The master plan recognizes this as an established rural community. The applicant stated the RV storage, pumpkin patch, and horse show barn that the area has evolved beyond rural residential, but the record shows each operates under RR5 zoning through permitted or special use provisions, not a rezoning. These uses preserve rural character and don't support higher density zoning. The applicant stated development near Lewis Palmer High School supports similar zoning here, but the record shows Lewis Palmer is surrounded by established suburban development and supporting infrastructure. Monument Academy is in a predominantly RR5 area designated minimal change. A school's presence does not determine appropriate zoning. The master plan and surrounding character do. This decision should be based on criteria, not policy preferences. The Planning Commission applied those criteria and recommended denial. We respectfully ask you to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom. I'm a resident of Pinehurst. Having been involved with design, construction, and maintenance, I am not opposed to growth, but those responsible for it are obligated to do it appropriately. The characteristics of the area surrounding the intersection of 83 and 105 are all rural by definition and not suburban. For rural residential housing, density is low. Lot size 1 to 10 acres. Utilities are served by wells, septic, and private, and transportation is car dependent. Suburban, on the other hand, has moderate to high density, lots under 1 acre, water and sewer from city, and local roads and transit systems. The site and surrounding areas check every box in the rural column, not the suburban one the applicant claims. The applicant stated in the planning meeting that this rezone request is comparable to Lewis Palmer High School, but as you saw in the previous picture, the zoning and character of these two areas are not comparable. If the board applied the compatibility criteria in all directions with full rigor, the appropriate zoning would, 1, be consistent with adjacent RR 2.5 and RR 5 patterns. 2, include explicit transition buffers between any higher density use and existing large lot residential. And 3, be supportive by a traffic study showing roads can absorb the additional load, not one showing current failures. None of those conditions are present in this application.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Fredericks. I am a homeowner in Walden Preserve off of Pinehurst Circle. Because infrastructure is part of compatibility, I would now like to raise a question that pertains directly to your criteria. First, the water and sewer will serve letter for this application is written under Walden Corporation letterhead, addressed to Mr. Dunstan and signed by Matthew Dunstan. The application, the landowner, and the utility vouching that service exists are the same person. That alone is a reason for this board to look closely at whether the infrastructure assurance behind this application is reliable. The question is not whether residential development is compatible here. The question is whether RR12 or RM12 and RM30 are compatible, and the record says no. To rezone a single high density parcel surrounded by a lower density constitutes leapfrog development. Compatibility requires more than residential near residential. The surrounding pattern is large lot and rural in all directions. Roads, as you know, have received an LOS of F, and expansions of the high school are already in progress, but won't really start until fall of 2026. At that point, the stress on the road and the infrastructure will increase with no planned relief and no gradual transitions. The applicant's own planner admitted walkability is limited. This is Highway 83 in Walker. These are busy intersections. Zillow, when you look up Zillow for Walden community, it says it's semi-rural, heavily natured community and notes its walkability and traffic metrics reflect a quiet, car-dependent community. It's rated 1 on 100 on walkability score, which is basically car-dependent, and 0 of 100 transit score, which means there is no transit. A degree of urban planning or a title is not required to know that this is high-density apartment building is completely out of place. In fact, the Planning Commission identified these same concerns in their 6-1 denial. We urge you to vote no on both of these. Thank you.
Okay, do we have someone else who would like to speak in opposition?
I'm Amy Phillips, and I would like to. As has been said already, it's not compatible with the master plan. I personally found at least 7 goals and objectives of the master plan that are not compatible. The parcels and the high school together are an island. Everything around it's large lot residential, so it's not a transition area. And even when you go away from that intersection, you have like King's Deer to the northwest. That's a PUD with 1 lot per 5 acres. So, as you go away, it's still large lot residential. So there's no transition. You're not transitioning to urban. Mr. Dossi said that the proposal doesn't have to be in 100% conformance, just kind of sort of. But if this is true, why did we spend $650,000 of the county's money creating this plan, just to ignore much of it? And to answer the question about whether or not they were looking to make more money off of this kind of a development, I did ask the developer about community commercial, which this could be zoned for. And maybe I suggest maybe a plant nursery or a tree farm, and he just laughed and said he wants to make money. I would say he's not the only, the applicant is not the only entity here who's made investments in Black Forest. We all have, and we count on you to protect our interests as well.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Gamble, and I live in Walden. In order for this rezoning to be approved, one of two criteria need to be met. Either general conformance with the El Paso County Master Plan, or there has been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood since the land was last rezoned. The applicant has clearly demonstrated, has not demonstrated that either of those things has happened. Housing demand alone does not establish general conformance. The fact that we are close to Highway 83 does not establish general conformance. If the housing demand alone satisfied this criteria, the master plan would be meaningless for any rezoning request. The substantial change alternative actually requires more than just evidence that development has occurred. What the applicant points to are schools constructed nearby, new residential developments, or possible different land uses or vacant land. But what the substantial change actually requires is that there's been a fundamental shift in the character of our neighborhood from its low density, rural nature to something completely different. Just because there's been growth in our rural area does not make it urban. Growth is not synonymous with a change in fundamental character change to our neighborhood. Lastly, I'd like to point out that the master plan says there should be minimal change. This is much more than minimal change.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Harold Haber, 12-year resident of Walden. The staff report acknowledges multiple areas where the proposal is in tension with the master plan. Rural character conflicts, compatibility concerns, density transition concerns, place type conflicts, and community character concerns. The master plan core principles and goals for land use and development specifically state the need to manage growth to ensure a variety of compatible land uses that preserve all character areas of the county. Stated goals in the plan include ensure compatibility with established character and infrastructure capacity. RM30 is not compatible with established character or already insufficient infrastructure. Preserve the character of rural and environmentally sensitive areas. RM30 would not preserve the rural character. Locate attainable housing that provides convenient access to goods and services and employment. Proposed attainable housing would be more than 5 miles away from the nearest goods, services, and employment. Ensure adequate provisions of utilities to manage growth and development. Adequate provisions does not exist for today's capacity. One other statement earlier, Mr. Dossi stated that there were curb and gutter in the school area. Not true. Absolutely 100% not true. No gutters.
Hi, I'm Cindy Wood, and I'm a resident in Walden. The master plan points against the rezoning as confirmed by the planning commissioners. This area is designated as a large lot residential priority development area in the master plan. The master plan directs the large lot residential place type should be expanded in this area. Development should match the existing community character. This application requests exactly the opposite of that. The applicant is asking for the county's highest residential density zone in an area the master plan explicitly designates for expanding large lot character. The staff report itself acknowledges this area is not anticipated to significantly change the character. That acknowledgement by planning commissioners directly undermines both alternatives under section 5.3.5. The master plan begins with a simple principle. El Paso County's natural environment is one of its defining assets and should be protected as the county grows. The master plan's take on place types. It says place types classify specific areas based on defining character, scale, form, and function. The master plan evaluates development in the context of the surrounding community, not as an isolated parcel or island, which has been referred to by the applicant. It requires new development to fit the existing character, provide appropriate transitions in density, and specifically states that while some rural areas may evolve over time, leapfrog development should be discouraged. Those are the standards this application should be measured against.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name's Jeanette Haver, Walden Preserve. Correcting the record on master plan claims. The applicant's repeated argument, development already exists. This is the most dangerous planning precedence in this case and is not the entire story, nor is it an accurate statement. The board adopted the master plan specifically to prevent decision-making by incremental precedents. Today is a test of whether that commitment is real. Thousands of citizens invested time in building that master plan and believed in the master plan. They are watching today. Highway 83 does not override the master plan. The applicant's primary argument is conformance. Highway 83 access makes this site appropriate for high density. Transportation access is one planning consideration, not a substitute for the full master plan framework. Google Maps describes Highway 83 in this area as it remains largely a rural two-lane highway that bypasses most major metropolitan areas, earning its reputation as a scenic, slow-paced corridor. The master plan also requires compatibility with surrounding uses, gradual density transitions, preservation of rural and neighborhood character, consistency with place-type designations. Highway access does not override these policies and simply not what general conformance means. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Heidi Arbery. I've been a property owner at the northeast corner of Walden Way and Highway 83 for 35 years. So I guess I'm one of those big lot people that I guess we don't count anymore. We've been repeatedly told the land is not desirable for single-family detached residential development, and that's simply not the case. Just because of the location on Highway 83, that does not mean that it's not appropriate to have larger lot.
If you could just pull down the microphone. There you go, and make sure
Got
you...
it. Across the country, thousands of successful single-family developments front or border major collector and arterial roads. Modern planning practices, including landscape buffers, berms, fencing, setbacks, access management, and internal street design are routinely used to mitigate traffic and noise impacts. These design tools allow single-family developments to coexist successfully with higher volume roadways. And in fact, when we bought way back in 1991, it was a selling point to have easy access to Highway 83. And I do recall a few snowstorms in the past where 83 was closed for several days due to the snow. And I know that the housing shortage is a legitimate concern, but it shouldn't be used as a one-size-fits-all justification. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Nancy Maring, and I've been in my house 45 years, and I love it there. Research consistently shows the residents place a high value on predictable land use decisions. Maintaining compatibility with existing neighborhoods protects homeowner investment, preserves community character, and reduces land use conflicts. When zoning changes significantly increase density beyond what surrounding residents reasonably expected, it can undermine public confidence in the planning process and create avoidable infrastructure and traffic challenges. If the goal is to address housing needs, the solution should be strategic. Higher density housing is often most effective when it is supported by frequent transit service. Employment centers, commercial services, and a connected street network. Density should be directed to locations specifically identified for that purpose in the community's comprehensive plan, rather than applied simply because utilities are available.
Okay, I'm Brian Gamble, a Walden resident. So in closing, the writers of the master plan knew there would be changes in the future. They literally had a plan and contemplated rules in advance to address appropriate zoning requests. The applicant's request does not meet this criteria. They were also very clear there are unique place types in El Paso County that should be maintained to attract and provide for all types of growth. In the 5 years that I've lived in Walden, 17,000 apartments have been erected in El Paso County. There is sufficient supply for that place type. There are a lot of people that look like me that are moving here that want my place type. You've heard that Walden is full of half-acre and acre lots with no reference to the density that's provided with the hundreds of acres of undeveloped land and open space that make it more consistent with 2.5-acre density than what's been described by Mr. Dossi. Perhaps the most important question before the board today is why the Planning Commission concluded this proposal was not in general conformance with the master plan. The answer is found in the county's own documents. This area is designated large lot, residential character, and minimal change. Those are not resident interpretations. They're not my interpretations. Those are policies adopted by the county. The unbiased Planning Commission reviewed those policies and determined this application was inconsistent with them. This decision should be based on criteria, not policy preferences. The Planning Commission applied those criteria and recommended denial, and we respectfully ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Randall Bennett, live at Baker's Farm Road in Walden North. The question has been asked about why the suitability for this particular project, and one of them has been answered, but the other one has not. Can the property be developed? Yes. The applicant has not answered, is RM 12 and 30 appropriate zone district for this specific site? Engineering feasibility is not the same as planning suitability. The site has access to road and utilities and development. But, excuse me, but developability does not determine which zone district is appropriate. The approval certification asked about the suitability for the requested district, not just suitability for the development. This question has not been answered. Chapter 5, again, Chapter 5 of the LDC is designed to ensure that the district are applied where it's compatible with the surrounding development. And that function is intended in Chapter 5 standard are not met in isolation. They must read alongside. The master plan place type in this area, large lot residential. Surrounding zoning are RR 2.5, R5, and A5, A34. The transition requires between the density and in the intensifies community charter provision policy.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to need you to wrap up your comments. You're exceeding your time.
Sorry.
Hi, I'm Linda Palatinas, and I live in Walden. Why has the applicant not shown why lower density is inadequate? The most important unanswered question in this entire application: why not consider a lower density district to achieve reasonable development while maintaining master plan consistency? The applicant has not explained why lower density alternatives are inadequate. The record contains evidence that lower density residential zoning would permit meaningful development on this property. If lower density would work, the board should ask why the maximum intensity is being requested. What evidence shows this site requires RM30 specifically rather than a lower density residential district? can you identify where the master plan RM30 is envisioned for this location?
Good afternoon, Mike Sack, resident on Pinehurst Circle. The question is whether the board can make a required finding under section 535 based on the evidence in the record. If the answer to any of the requiring finding is no, we believe the answer here is no on multiple findings. The Land Development Code gives the board a principled, well-supported basis to deny. We are not asking you to stop growth. We are asking you to apply the standards you adopted. Residents throughout the area have made significant investments relying on the county's adopted planning framework. Consistent application of that framework benefits both current and future property owners. Approving 2,000 new daily trips onto your roads county plan has already flagged as deficient is not a housing solution. It is a public safety risk documented by the applicant's own engineer. The law requires the board to put the public interest first. The Planning Commission reviewed and denied the evidence. The criteria have not changed. The record supports denial. We hope you deny. Thank you very much.
Hello, Laura Osborne, Walden resident. Before you deliberate today, we'd like to respectfully address several statements made by the applicant during his rebuttal at the Planning Commission hearing, as well to neighbors. This is about personalities. This is not about personalities or opinions. It's about ensuring the record accurately reflects standards you are required to apply under the Land Development Code. With that in mind, we'd like to clarify several points made by the applicant previously. The applicant stated, "We heard a lot of anti-development talk, and if you aren't growing, you're dying." Respectfully, that's not what the case is about. No one is asking the county to stop growing. The master plan was created because growth is expected. The question before you is not whether growth should occur. The question is whether this particular rezoning satisfies the approved criteria adopted by the county and the Planning Commission determined it does not. There are appropriate locations for densification, and I believe this is issue of these locations. This was a statement by the applicant. Whether someone believes this is the right location is not the approval standard. Your responsibility is to determine whether the evidence demonstrates that this proposal is in general conformance with master plan and compatible with surrounding land uses. The Planning Commission reviewed that evidence and concluded it was not. Thank you.
I'm Robert Gregory. My wife and I have been a resident of Walden since 2010. The applicant previously stated, and I quote, "There are very, very few places in the county where a development like this can occur because water and sewer are available." Water and sewer are important indeed, but utility availability is not the legal test. If utilities alone justified approval, there would be no need for separate findings regarding the master plan conformance, compatibility, and site suitability. Infrastructure may make development possible, but it does not make every zoning request appropriate. The applicant also stated, place type is the most important part of the master plan. The master plan does not say that. It is a comprehensive planning document intended to be read as a whole. Place types, compatibility, neighborhood character, transitions, and priority development areas all work together. No single map or policy overrides the rest of the plan. They also stated, the applicant stated, because the place type allows multifamily should be allowed here. Respectfully, that is not how the master plan should work. A place type identifies housing types that may be appropriate within the planning context. It does not guarantee approval of every multifamily zoning request. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. If every new development became the benchmark for the next one, the master plan would gradually be replaced by incremental rezonings rather than by the community's adopted vision. Commissioners, each of these statements attempts to simplify a decision that the Land Development Code intentionally makes comprehensive. This is not a decision about whether housing is needed, not a decision about whether utilities exist. It is not a decision about whether growth is coming. It is, however, a decision about whether these applications satisfy the 4 findings required by Section 4.2.6. The Planning Commission determined they did not. Specifically, they find applications were not in general conformance with the master plan and were not compatible with surrounding land uses. Those are not minor observations. The public record deserves accuracy. These corrections matter. Before closing, I'd like to turn to the central issue, Highway 83, RM12, RM30, rezoning. Rezoning is a normal part of the land use process, and we recognize the application for rezoning will continue to come before this board. But the existence of rezoning process is not by itself a reason to approve any particular requests. The question before you is not whether growth or rezones occur. The question is whether P261, P262 satisfy the county's adopted criteria, are compatible with surrounding land development, and conform to the master plan. The Planning Commission carefully reviewed. The vote was 6-1, no. We urge that you consider and vote the same way. No, it's not in conformance. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Marty Zare-Breedlove. Today, you've heard a great deal about approval criteria, master plan designations, zoning districts, and statutory requirements. But I'd like for us all to take a step back from the technical language and ask a much simpler question. A question that speaks directly to trust, expectations, and the purpose, the planning framework, and the trust required for it to work. I'd like to leave you all with one simple question. What is the limiting principle? Throughout today's hearing, we've heard master plan is flexible, growth is inevitable, housing infrastructure, location justify this request. We understand that no master plan can anticipate every circumstance. We recognize general conformance doesn't mean perfect conformance, but flexibility has limits. Otherwise, our planning framework that is adopted by this county loses its meaning. The master plan establishes our adopted direction. Land Development Code supplies the approval criteria. If the plan can be treated as optional and the code stretched until this application fits, neither document provides the predictability that residents and all of us should be able to expect. The integrity of that process matters. These commitments matter. They are what make the planning process credible for all of us. Planning requires trust that the county will apply the rules consistently, that you'll follow the vision that we adopted, respect public process that we all created. We as residents are here today because we believed in that vision for the future, and we want to make sure that we're guiding growth fairly and consistently now and in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Nora Swinick. Our master plan recognizes that El Paso County's strength is its diversity. It envisions urban areas, suburban areas, and rural areas. It specifically acknowledges that people choose different parts of this county for different reasons, and that preserving those choices is important to our quality of life. Not because we oppose growth, but because the county's plan told us that rural areas would continue to exist and would continue to matter. Some people choose urban living, some people choose suburban living, while others choose rural. Those who choose rural living do so not because they oppose growth, but because the county's plan tells all of us that rural areas will continue to exist and matter to this county. The master plan doesn't say that every area should become more and more dense over time. It says growth should occur in appropriate places while protecting rural character, open space, and the natural environment and others. The question before you is not whether growth is coming, because we all know it is. The question is whether the county's adopted master plan and process still means what it says. Can the pressures of housing demand, available infrastructure, and growth be sufficient to overcome the master plan? Commissioners, this community has trusted the master plan, and we trust the process. Can we trust you guys? Hope so. Thanks.
Brian Scow, Monument. We are reading excerpts from For Love of Place, an opinion piece published in the Monument Independent, slightly modified for today's hearing. During the Monument Ridge East rezoning hearing, Monument Mayor Pro Tem Steve King made this observation. Property rights are the rights that you have today, not the rights that you want in the future. And when you grant somebody property rights that are in excess of what they have right now, what you're doing is, in effect, taking the property rights away from the adjacent property owners who have the right to peaceful enjoyment. That principle is what built northern El Paso County. Families bought homes and invested their lives here, relying on the zoning already in place, because zoning is a promise about the character of a place and the expectations that come with it. Today, that understanding is being reversed.
We heard Laurel Scow. We heard it again this morning. Hearing after hearing, the question is no longer whether a proposal fits its surroundings. Instead, the surroundings are reinterpreted until the proposal appears to fit. The place itself has not changed, only the description of it has. The master plan is made to say what it does not say. A place where growth could occur becomes an argument that growth should occur. Existing neighborhoods are described by what someone believes they may become someday, rather than what they are today. And when every other argument fails, we are told the outcome is inevitable. At the June 18 Planning Commission hearing, Commissioner Tom Bailey described compatibility as the most subjective of all of this, asking, how wide are you going to make your look? That is the question before you today. Widen the aperture far enough and 30-unit acre apartments fit among large lot neighborhoods. Widen it further and a 74,000 square foot travel center becomes a neighborhood convenience store. The criteria themselves never change. They are simply stretched until whatever is being proposed appears to fit. This hearing is about far more than one rezoning. It is about whether our maps continue to describe the places we love or become tools for redefining them. Please uphold the meaning of those maps and deny P26-1 and P26-2.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Dr. Elisa Rasonas. I want to speak to you today about how this proposal affects public safety. I directed the Adolescent Trauma Recovery Program at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and I led a study funded by NIH on teenagers who sustained head injuries in motor vehicle accidents. Research consistently shows car accidents are the leading cause of death and serious injury in the adolescent age group. They are the most vulnerable drivers on the road, and when accidents occur, others are affected as well. Recovery can be life-changing. And so when I reviewed this proposal, I didn't see just a land use decision, I saw a public safety decision, which is why the traffic study concerned me. According to this study, the intersection of 83 and Walker Road traveled every morning and afternoon by Walden residents and nearly 600 Monument staff and students, including inexperienced teenage drivers, already operates at a level of service F. That is the worst possible rating. It means the intersection is already beyond capacity before growth at Monument Academy, before a single one of the 300 proposed units is built. Today, this board is being asked to approve nearly 2,000 more vehicle trips onto an intersection that is already failing, with no infrastructure in place to safely accommodate this growth. This is not a hypothetical concern. In responding to the county's deviation request, the developer's engineer reported 7 accidents between 2022 and 2025, resulting in 2 injuries. Fortunately, no fatalities, but the Colorado law doesn't require this board to wait for one before acting to protect public safety.
Hello, my name's Jim Binger, live on Pinehurst. Further, the developer's traffic study did not evaluate combined impacts. Monument Academy has already increased by 20%, from 451 to 541 students in a year. Last August, the school board set a goal of adding another 125 students by 2027. A planned 1,000-seat stadium and 800-seat gymnasium and a performing arts center with 835 seats will bring more traffic and challenge teen drivers. None of the growth that was evaluated, together with nearly 2,000 additional daily trips. The study also ignores real-world conditions, including inexperienced teen drivers, special school events, emergency access needs, impact of accidents, or severe weather. Before approving this, a complete cumulative traffic analysis should be conducted. The developer's traffic study proposes several mitigation alternatives. A concession that the proposed development cannot handle the traffic demands, yet the solutions are unrealistic. New residents wishing to travel north would have to make an indirect left turn on Jane Lundeen Drive, a detour. This proposed right-in, right-out access is not easily enforceable, does not meet county standards, and requires a further deviation that may not be granted. The applicant's study also recommended staggering Monuments Academy's schedule to ease traffic while admitting the developer cannot dictate this. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Sapienza, and I live in Monument off of Walker Road, very near this proposed site. And the Academy has provided no written approval. Expecting new residents to stagger their arrival time is also unrealistic. These ideas are not mitigation. That is an admission that these roads cannot handle the current or future demands. Other fixes, such as a new westbound lane on Walker Road, a second eastbound lane on Highway 105, and a full intersection rebuild or roundabout, have no funding, no design, and no timeline. Without improvements, this intersection is projected to fail by 2045, even without this development. CDOT, who owns State Highway 83, reached the same conclusion. In March and May, CDOT determined that this intersection exceeds acceptable operational thresholds and requires roadway improvements. They asked the county to withhold final plat approvals until an access permit and notice to proceed is executed. They made that request twice. Their request should be honored. In the prior hearing, the applicant asserted that road improvements come after rezoning is approved. The law says otherwise. LDC Section 5.3.5 requires the site be physically and legally suitable before approval. 3 ungranted access deviations and a primary access without state permits for improvement cannot be deferred to the subdivision stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Mott. I'm a resident on Pinehurst Circle. Jane Lundeen Drive, the main access road for over 300 new units, has not been accepted by the El Paso County and has no county maintenance obligation. Residents have seen this before on Pinehurst Circle where I live. Right now, it still does not meet the county's requirement to take over for their maintenance. That has been 2 years. Public safety requires evaluating today's roads, not future infrastructure that may never be completed. Statute 30-28-111 requires zoning to conform to the comprehensive plan, including its infrastructure policies. The county's major transportation corridors plan flags Walker Road and Highway 105 as needing major improvement. This board must follow its own assessment before approving growth. Although the board is permitted to consider zoning map amendments, Statute 30-28-115 mandates that any such regulation must promote the health, safety, and general welfare of present and future inhabitants. Approving high-density zoning onto a failing road network with no funded plan onto it and no CDOT process underway simply does not meet the statutory requirement.
Hello, my name is Amy Binger. I live on Pinehurst Circle. 3 separate legal standards point to the same conclusion. This application is not ready for approval, and there is recent precedent. 9 days ago, on July 14th, the Colorado Springs City Council unanimously denied a similar proposal for 236 apartment units near the Classical Academy Charter School because of traffic safety concerns. That intersection was not failing, while this one is. Is traffic safety justified denial there? This board has even stronger justification for denial here. Baltimore's shock trauma at the University of Maryland Medical System is our nation's first trauma center. It remains one of the most renowned in the world. Their hallmark, the golden hour, is the critical window after injury when rapid intervention saves lives. Of the patients Dr. Rosonis treated there, not one planned to be a patient. Each was a victim of an unplanned tragedy. The causes, failed intersections, inexperienced drivers, inadequate infrastructure are foreseeable. Planning to reduce these risks before they become tragedies is precisely the responsibility you are tasked with today. This decision is not simply about housing density, it's about public safety. So this is your golden hour, your opportunity to prevent tragic consequences. This proposal is not safe for our residents, our students, our teen drivers, our community. That's one more reason the Planning Commission voted 6-1 to deny. We're asking you to follow their lead. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Evan Crowley. We really appreciate you listening to us, hearing our perspective, considering our point of view, and moving forward with our voice in mind. Very, very appreciative of that. There aren't many small towns like Tri-Lakes in the U.S. anymore. Pro-business, pro-community, where we know each other and support one another, where many of us have land and open spaces and wonderful views that we value together. We value those together. The applicant seems to assume overdevelopment is coming to the Tri-Lakes region regardless. We in Tri-Lakes actually don't believe that overdevelopment is our future, at least as the applicant envisions it. Development in general, too, is not the only way to shepherd and steward our resources. The God-given land that can be used for many other things, like farming and ranching and nature preserves, for example. The whole area is a kind of land trust for us all. We believe this. Lastly, one of the things that I found revealing was the applicant said, views are not a property right. Quote, unquote. This applicant clearly doesn't understand or care about the values of our Tri-Lakes property owners. Commissioners, we ask that you value what we value as citizens of Tri-Lakes. Please protect the Tri-Lakes small town culture and values and reject the applicant's proposal. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Cheryl Robbins, resident of Woodmore, here to support our neighbors to the east. The applicant has suggested that because the master plan describes itself as open and flexible, the board has broad discretion to approve this application. However, flexibility does not mean the plan has no meaning, nor does it allow the board to disregard its own adopted policies or approval standards. The board has flexibility to respond to unique circumstances while remaining faithful to the vision and goals established by the community. The board exercises discretion based on facts, evidence, and the adopted approval criteria. The question before the board is, has the applicant demonstrated that the proposal satisfies the required criteria? Flexibility should be used to achieve the goals of the master plan, not to undermine them. A flexible plan is not an invitation to ignore the plan. It is an invitation to apply it thoughtfully and consistently. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Wilson, and I live in this area.
Nobody moved to the Monument and the Tri-Lakes area because they wanted apartment buildings, commercial services, or anything like that. They moved there because of the wide open spaces and the views. That's why I moved there, and I'm pretty sure everybody behind me moved there just for that reason. This does not meet minimal change, as most people have said. And one thing I haven't heard that I really want to emphasize is the county services. It's rare that you see a deputy sheriff because they're spread so thin across the county. And now you're going to put an apartment building. Home ownership means lowered crime. Renting areas means raised crime. So are we going to increase the number of deputy sheriffs that have to report in these areas because of crime? And you're going to put it next to a school? We're drawing a lot of bad influences to that area by populating people and squeezing them into a very wide open rural area. 83 and 105, that intersection was beefed up with a traffic light. And I remember seeing that coming in because I could see from my house at least a few times a month, traffic accident, traffic accident, traffic accident, over and over and over. And we still see accidents, not as frequent because of that light. And now you're going to add a lot more traffic, and there's not enough law enforcement in the area if crime goes up. Thank you.
Hello, Matt Grubasich, El Paso County resident for 25 years. Just wanted to touch base on the document from the Colorado Department of Public Health. It looks like the Walden Corporation applied case number 259956 and 259481 on December 1st of 25 in order to update the water treatment facility. And none of that has been approved by the state. It's still under review, under quality control, and it's still under design review. I would think that would be kind of important in regards to proceeding. Number two, under your land development code 1.9.1, it states, in addition to the requirements of this code, all uses and development shall comply with all other applicable city, county, and state regulations. So are they complying with state regulations when it comes to the water treatment facility? That's a question. Can anybody answer that? Or maybe Craig can. I'd also like to say, throughout this proposal, we've heard probably, should, maybe, could, sort of, I believe, possibility. That's a reason for denial. There's too many words out there. There's a word salad to try and get this passed. What words? Let's have concrete, factual definitions when it comes to approval process. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is William Wright. I live on Timber Meadows Drive, and I'm specifically going to answer a question to you, Mrs. Williams, that the applicants group talked around. I'm not talking about hypothetical future issues. I'm going to tell you about current issues with traffic safety. Now, it's not only residents that drive through Walden Preserve. Locals, people from Flying Horse North have learned, instead of coming down Hodgen and getting on 83, they cut through our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has a posted 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. 3 years ago, a person drove 50 miles an hour through our horseshoe driveway, airborne through our yard, landed 100 yards in the next neighbor's yard. There is one street light, no sidewalks. I invite you to come walk in our neighborhood and feel how safe you are. I invite you to come sit on our porch in the morning at rush hour and watch cars cut through our neighborhood at 40+ miles an hour. Have a cup of coffee, have a cup of tea, and see the reality of it. This is reality now, not future, add another 2,000 cars driving through the neighborhood. And 83 and 105, yes, they've got stoplights, but those are high energy accidents. We see them frequently from our house. We look down.
Thank you very much. The reality is unsafe.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. This is our last speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience and for allowing us to speak. I'm Kurt Wendt. I'm a Walden resident, proud Air Force veteran. I graduated from the Air Force Academy, served 30 years in the Air Force. My wife served 28 years as a military spouse, and we specifically chose Walden to retire for the exact rural characteristics that we're talking about today, that we're asking for your help to preserve. You've seen it fails on all 4 criteria. The Planning Commission emphatically agreed by rejecting it 6-1. We would ask that you would listen to your experts and also reject this. Mr. Wysong's observation was absolutely correct. This sounds like a huge change because it is a huge change. They're asking to skip 5 zones in rezoning to go from RR5 to RM 12 and 30, and that in no way is compatible with the area around. Traffic is problematic. You've heard it again and again. 83 may be an artery, but there are multiple choke points to get there. It's problematic with the school, would be extremely difficult in the case of a fire evacuation. And you also heard from Attorney King Walker. Under Colorado law, there are statutory requirements to follow the master plan. It's not just a guideline. Rezoning has to be for the public good, and I would argue that this is not. We would ask in conclusion, look at the evidence, review the statutory requirements, judge it by its merits, follow the Planning Commission's advice, and please reject this offer. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Please come on down.
My name is Tina Mott. I live on Pinehurst Circle, cul-de-sac Pinehurst Circle. I'm just going to ad lib on what he said. So I know that Timber Meadows, the cars speed a lot on that road. We moved in 2 years ago. I've had 3 or 4 text conversations with the developer/POA president and a couple verbal conversations about my concerns about the safety on Pinehurst Circle. I was almost hit coming out of my cul-de-sac, walking my 2 dogs, a parent going to pick up her son at the school. She was on her phone, didn't see me, was veering off the road and almost hit me. I shared that experience with our the developer here. And so that was like April 7th, 2025, and none of my concerns have been addressed since. We walk on Pondview, we walk on Timber Meadows. It's not safe. It's 30 miles per hour there. It's 25 on Pinehurst. People are easily coming over the hill about 40, 50 miles an hour, both ways, pick up, drop off. And at that time on Pinehurst, we were one of 3 homes on that road. So you got contractors, you got school traffic, you got people that avoid 83 to come through those, to come through onto Pinehurst and to Timber Meadows. So there are some big safety concerns, whether this development happens or not. It exists now without it. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
I have a presentation to bring up. There it is. So this is going to be extremely truncated because I've gone from 10 minutes down to 1.5, so I'm just going to give you the highlights. Skip a whole bunch of stuff here. My name is John Boydston. I've been a Walden resident for almost 18 years now, and I've seen a lot of changes over the years, but I want to talk about a couple things, mostly the precedent that we have seen in the last couple of years in Colorado Springs. This particular area is the TCA Pine Creek neighborhood, and it was unanimously voted down to have high-density housing next to the schools. That's the high school. That's an elementary school. This is the North Fork area. Also the same thing, high school, elementary school, and this is where the development was. This is our development, elementary school, high school, and this is where they want to put it. So why was it taken down? Well, public safety. It was because of things like, traffic congestion and fire.
And so this was the picture I took out of my front door during the fire in 2013. That's Walden that we're looking over. It was bad. It was really, really bad. Here's the congestion. An hour and a half, my wife, who's right there, waited on Hodgen. We have Hodgen, we have Walker, we have all these different places. And this was 2013, when it was literally 3 times less congestion. If we had a fire now, there would probably be death because there's no way to get out of it, especially if it's coming from this way. This is 83 Highway, this is Walker, and this is Hodgen. There is a solution, though, that very few people talk about. In Flying Horse, what they ended up doing is they widened 83 to 4 lanes. So wait on this type of development until we have 83 come all the way through, and then everybody can have their way.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move towards the rebuttal portion of this hearing. However, before we do that, we are going to take a brief recess, and we will be back. I'm just going to say 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll see how quickly. I want to make sure everyone has time. I know the restroom facilities are limited, and there may be lines, so we'll give everyone a few minutes. We're in recess.
Commissioner Nelson, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And are you able to just run through it again with me and just say test 1, 2?
Test 1, 2.
Could you say it one more time?
Test 1, 2.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we can hear you. And then if you wanted to turn on your camera here in a couple minutes when the meeting takes off, we could put you on the screen. Otherwise, your audio is still coming through.
Okay, I'm good with my camera being off.
Okay, no worries. Well, we have your audio coming through, so
Okay.
and we're letting the other commissioners know that you're online as well.
Okay, and I know when I was watching the live stream, there was music playing with the screen that I can see of El Paso County. Is that not the case on Teams, that like it's truly there's no sound right now?
Yeah, there's no sound on Teams right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Bye-bye.
I'm going to call this meeting back to order. And we are proceeding, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd please take your seats and bring the noise down. We are proceeding with the meeting. I've called it back to order. Thank you so much for your cooperation. And we are proceeding with the rebuttal portion of this hearing. And so I will ask the applicant to come back up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to rebut some of the comments that you heard. I want to start off, I mentioned during the presentation how RM30 rarely becomes 30. And I think it's important that you see or you understand that there are tangible examples of that. The Windermere development, which is off of Mark Sheffel and Carefree, is just over 9 acres. It's 104 dwelling units, which equates to 12 dwelling units per acre. That's zoned RM30. The Upland Flats development off of Mark Sheffel, 300 units, 15.39 acres, 19 dwelling units per acre. Keep in mind, all of these properties are significantly more developable from a terrain standpoint than the property that we're talking about. Claremont Ranch, which is near Constitution and Meadowbrook Parkway, that has 40 units on 3.61 acres. That one is only 11 dwelling units per acre, also zoned RM30. And then lastly, Citizen on Constitution, 226 units on about 9 acres, 25 dwelling units per acre. In each of these situations, in each of these projects, they got nowhere near 30 dwelling units per acre. The vast majority of which didn't even get near 20 dwelling units per acre. So when we say RM30, I want you to understand that does not mean 30 dwelling units per acre. It's an impracticality due to the dimensional standards that I referenced earlier. These are real world examples. It's not us just talking about it. It's the reality of how development occurs on these types of properties. Thank you for indulging me on that one. Some of the comments I heard from the neighbors were in the vein of, you can't allow this transition from rural development to RM30. The Land Development Code's definition of rural residential development are lots greater than 2.5 acres. All of Walden has lots less than 2.5 acres. So by the very definition in the Land Development Code, Walden is urban residential development. They may not like that, but that is the definitions in the Land Development Code. If you have lots less than 2.5 acres in size, that is urban level development in the El Paso County Land Development Code. There were a lot of comments that were in the vein of, well, extension of services does not mean general master plan conformance, or massing compatibility does not mean general master plan conformance. There was a lot of talk about, well, this isn't the same zoning. As we showed earlier, the definition of compatibility is not zoning, not the same zoning. What the opposition did is they highlighted every single point that we made about why this is compatible. Because you can extend services, because it is next to a highway, because it is next to a school. They identified that each of those components held on its own does not equal conformance. But I would submit to you, and the master plan also states this, that where you have enough of those, that is your general master plan conformance. So they nickeled and dimed their way through the presentation, identifying each of the things that we highlighted, but you have to take all of those things in totality. These are all the things that lead you to compatibility. I want to go back in time a little bit. There was some discussion during staff's presentation about the Black Forest Preservation Plan, and that was the guiding document from a master plan standpoint prior to the countywide master plan. Interestingly enough, this intersection, 105 and 83, was identified in the Black Forest Plan as a commercial node. You can look it up. It's identified as a commercial node.
The zoning that's before you today would be less intense than developing this as commercial. I mean, those are just the facts. Less traffic, less light. You don't have to worry about hours of operation like you do with commercial. Those are all impacts that are not present with this development. I'm not saying the Black Forest Preservation Plan is controlling, but for anybody to stand up here and say, well, we didn't expect this to come, the Black Forest Preservation Plan has been around for longer than I've been alive. And it was only with the county's master plan that that got changed. But how it got changed reinforces exactly what that preservation plan said. It mapped the priority development areas. And in this case, that's the suburban residential priority development area. And the opposition even acknowledged that this is within the suburban residential priority development area. The primary land use, and going to Commissioner Weissong's comment, the primary land use has been and will continue to be single-family detached residential in this place type as part of all of the development in Walden. But that place type does allow for supporting other supporting land uses like single-family attached and multifamily. That's exactly what we're doing with these two proposals. So that's 100% in line with the master plan. I showed you pictures earlier. I can bring them back up if I need to. Somebody spoke to the fact that Jane Lundeen does not have curb and gutter. It absolutely does. You can go out there today and see the curb. You can see the gutter where it collects the rainwater. So that's just factually inaccurate. There was a lot, and I appreciate all the comments, but it's a lot to go through. Bear with me. I think when we talk about these place types, you have to understand that place types were mapped on purpose. There were no accidents in where they mapped suburban residential. And again, it's all based on those services. So this fear that this is a precedent-setting decision is just not possible because you don't have water supply service even across either highway. And to get it across is not going to be cheap. And in either event, that would require another rezoning. And all of those properties are within the large lot residential, not in the suburban residential place type. So this fear that this is opening the floodgates to apartments in this area, it's just not a practical fear. I think there was a lot of talk that, well, just a need for housing is not justification for this development. I agree. But when you pair it with the place type and you pair it with the supporting land use allowance for multifamily and attached single family, then it does become important because now you have an opportunity to do it where you've already said it belongs. And that only comes, again, with those centralized services. There was a comment about the master plan and creating predictability. And in large part, I 100% agree, which is why having the master plan say that this is a suburban residential place type, that creates predictability. People know what's going to be coming there or what could. It doesn't say industrial. It doesn't say commercial. And there was a lot of discussion about how this is such a huge step from half-acre zoning in the PUD to RM12 and RM30. A huge step would be I3 and having a concrete batch plant. A huge step would be a regional commercial center. We're not proposing any of that, although the Black Forest Preservation Plan, by my casual review of it, would suggest that commercial would be okay there. This isn't that big step. This is a gradual step. There was a comment that nothing has fundamentally changed in the community since the RR5 zoning. I would argue that everything has changed. Walden continues to build out at densities significantly higher than one dwelling unit per 5 acres. Monument Academy was constructed since this property was zoned RR5. That is a huge change. All these other commercial uses that we identified that are coming into this area, those were all part of the change in this area. So to broad brush say there's been no change, it's just not true. There was some talk about the master plan being regulatory. The master plan is not regulatory. There's a litany of case law about whether a master plan is enforceable. It's a guiding document. Only when a jurisdiction takes the steps to specifically adopt it as regulatory is it a regulatory document. That is not the case here. And I provide you several citations identifying why it's flexible. It has to be flexible. You may not update your master plan for 20 years. Some jurisdictions do it once every 50 years. You have to be able to flex because things change. Development occurs, the desire or the marketability or the desire of certain housing types changes. We've seen that in our own community. Smaller units, more affordable, and a lot of that's the rising property cost, but it's also the increase in the provision of services. So those are all things that you have to flex within your master plan. It's too big of an effort to do it every year. Otherwise, I think a lot of jurisdictions would, but you can't. So you have to be able to flex. There was a comment about leapfrog development. I think that's categorically not the case here. You already have Walden. You already have the Central Water and Wastewater Service. This is an extension of development that's already present. If you look back at the history of a place like Falcon, Falcon actually was leapfrog development. Falcon, they started a whole new metropolitan district to provide water and sewer. That was leapfrog outside of the city of Colorado Springs. What's in place today in Walden has been there for decades. This is not new leapfrog development, it's an extension of existing development. There was a couple comments about how busy Highway 83 is. We agree. That's why single family detached is not appropriate here. It's not marketable. You don't really see that anywhere. And there's a reason for that. Nobody wants to live in a single family building right up against Highway 83 or against I-25. But there's construction techniques on higher density structures where you can mitigate some of those impacts. There was a discussion about taking property rights away from adjacent landowners. I showed a map to you of all the adjacent landowners. All of those adjacent landowners are in support. They've provided you a letter. So if there's rights that are being taken away from them, they don't seem to care about that. They're in support of this. They see this as a good thing, not as something that's being taken away from them. I don't think that's a little thing. I think that's a very big thing, that all adjacent property owners are in support. Somebody brought up the comments from CDOT. You have to understand that when CDOT makes comments at a zoning stage, everything that they're going to be looking at comes later in the development process. You're not getting an access permit from CDOT with zoning. You're getting an access permit once CDOT knows exactly what your traffic impacts are. That comes with either subdivision or doing a site development plan if it's multifamily. At that point, then they know exactly what your trip generation is, what your impacts are, and that is the point at which you get an access permit. So it's just not ripe. It's too early to have that conversation with CDOT because until you have zoning, you don't really know what your unit counts are going to be. Obviously, we're going to have to comply with that. We know that. There's been a history of that with this property and with Monument Academy. That's how that access got put into place for the right out off of 83 into the property. But it's just not ripe. It's just early in the development process. I think that's it for me. If I missed anything, please ask me. Mr. Dunstan did want to get up and speak, say a few words, but I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any of me. Seeing none, I will step aside. Thank you all.
I don't see any right now. I wouldn't go too far yet till we're all the way finished, but.
Good afternoon, commissioners. The last time we had a meeting like this, it went until about 8 o'clock at night. So I would just like to say that in Walden, we not only have a really good neighborhood, we have really good people who sometimes speak in opposition. And I think they did a really good job, and they're very organized. So a lot of these people are really good friends of mine, and I certainly respect their right to have a differing opinion. What I'd like to talk to you a little bit about is just history, relationships, and vision. The history of Walden began in the early 60s, believe it or not, when they built this neighborhood. And Bill was working in Walden in the late 70s, and his younger brother, Matt Dunstan, here, I began working in 1986. Jeffrey began working, he was born in 2000, and oddly enough, he began working right around 2006. And Walden's a neat neighborhood. It's very unique. There's two schools, Kilmer Elementary and Monument Academy. About 200 half-acre lots, and oh my goodness, probably about 300 or so 1-acre lots. Right around 2000, the Dual family, entrusted Bill and me with the honor and the privilege of completing the Walden neighborhood and the Walden area there. And we're super thankful for that opportunity to do that. Not only do we have a really, really tough hearing when we were getting the lots approved, probably more than half the people in this room right now live in that neighborhood where we went through that very, very tough hearing. It's one of the toughest things. There was write-ups in the county about it. It went on quite a while. But it went through, and it's nice. There's trails, regional trails, open space. There's lots, worked really well. The hardest thing we ever went through, though, was when we donated the land to Monument Academy for that school to be built. You would not believe the attacks that we had during that time. It was one of the toughest times of my life. I feel like other flanks got hit too, and it was tough, really tough. And we got it done. I remember the hearing. There were so many protesters and so many write-ups with so much misinformation. There were so many people in opposition to Monument Academy when the county approved it that they had to open up the back walls of the room so that more people could fit in there. And I'm super thankful that it got built. It not only is a wonderful source of education, we love charter schools. We like the district too. We're good friends with the district, but the charter schools are absolutely fantastic, and I've often thought CSCS ought to have a location there, but Monument Academy ended up being the right thing because it represents the values of the community, and kids can go there for free because it's a charter school. Absolutely wonderful thing. And some really unbelievably exciting things have happened since that charter school got built. Other people see the vision, they get on board. Someone donated from our community $17 million to that charter school, kind of earmarked for a 650-seat auditorium, which is wonderful. That's going to be a fantastic thing. I am super, super thankful that the building of that auditorium and that field did not have to go before a review board, because you'd be seeing something just like this. You'd be seeing the same exact thing. But I'm super thankful that that is being built right now. The field, with all the picture that Craig showed, is absolutely fantastic. And what I also want to tell you is, what does Walden mean to the Dunstan family? It means everything to us. We're developers, but what we really are is we're the Walden developers. If you cut me, I bleed two things: Walden and Monument Academy. Those are the things we're passionate about and care about. My brother's son and his wife and their 2 kids live on Pinehurst. We have more properties in Walden and more vested financial interest in Walden than anybody else by far, and by a magnitude of many, many X on that. And my brother not only has his son, who's a neurologist, Randy Dunstan, Dr. Randy Dunstan, and his wife, Kelly, and their 2 kids. Baby Ella and Charlie was just recently born, named after Charlie Kirk. I think that's really cool. In any case, that's where they're calling home. Bill has 4 other kids, most of which are going to call Walden home. My kids are a little bit younger. We would love to make Walden our home. We love Walden. Now, so when it comes to this site right here, it's obviously in a commercial node. If you look to the south on Hodgen, what you'll see is 3 of the 4 corners of that intersection, Hodgen and 83, are commercial sites. If If you go to the north, we are a slightly bigger intersection. Every single property owner there on that corner recognizes that its future will be commercial. Why will it be commercial? Because nobody wants to live there residentially. There'll be houses further back, yes, but there'll be a commercial that serves as a bit of a buffer right there. So, I remember one time, it's kind of funny, if you ever watch like an artist, when they're looking at something, a piece of wood or marble, something they're going to sculpt. I remember one time listening to a good friend of mine who does development, and his name is Gary, and he's looking around in an area, and you could just tell he touched that area like a sculpture touches a work of art that they're going to be working on. We feel that way. I think that way. That's where our hearts are. That site, that commercial site between the very busy and very growing, bustling high school called Monument Academy is a really good commercial site. I've had a lot of people approach us. They said, why don't you put a Maverick in there? I thought, kind of a natural site right there. Demographics could work. I thought, the problem I have with Maverick is you get a lot of transient, non-resident traffic. Someone else had said, a businessman has approached me and said, there is the AT&T line. That's a big deal. It runs between Colorado Springs and Denver, fiber optic line. The joke is if you cut that or get near it, a bunch of guys show up in vans with guns. Kind of not wrong. But the idea of a data center could be a thing there. That could work. I don't like that. I'm a Walden guy. This is where my nieces and nephew and my kids are going to live. This is our crown jewel. What I like, Amy Phillips said something about making money. What I really said to her is I like providing places for live. That's in the heart of the Dunston family. The pastor that married Diana and me years ago, he recognized we have the gift of hospitality. It's who we are. We love having people visit. We love hosting people. We love providing places for people to live. Not bragging, and I'll say this real quick, but there's about 5 people right now that I'm providing a place to live that otherwise wouldn't have a place. I've got a heart for that. I remember as a young kid seeing people that couldn't find a place to live. The truth is, it's a challenge when you make a neighborhood as nice as Walden. And let me try to explain to you guys what this challenge is, and I'm just going to tell you. When you build, 90% of the people talking today live in 7-figure houses, and I'm happy for them. I think that's wonderful. But what about the people that just need a place to live? Many people from Monument Academy have said, hey, what about affordable housing around here? For years I've lived near Lewis Palmer High School. We get morning traffic. Everybody knows it. A school generates traffic. There's multifamily near that. It works very, very well. The reality is the best by far use for this land is multifamily. And Craig's right. I got to tell you guys a funny story. This is hilarious. I'm brushing my teeth one day. That's not the funny part. My wife says to me, are you going to put 350 houses on that land between Monument Academy and 83? I said, what are you talking about? She said, I'm reading online that you're going to do that. I said, well, gee, I guess if I thought I was going to do that, I would protest too. What Greg said is right. It's multifamily. That means build structures that have more than one family living in them. That's what that area needs. It's the best use for that land. Bill and I are the sculptors touching Walden. We thought about it. We prayed about it. We've looked at other multifamily areas. When you drive into a multifamily area, you get a good feel. There's common driveways, common shared housing. That is a good place to live. There's no dishonor in live. That's a great place for people to call home, these multifamily complexes. I've asked every single person that would approach me. I would meet with anyone, anytime. Anybody got a better idea? Because we don't know everything. We've given it a lot of thought, but we don't know everything. But that's what we believe is the best use for that land. That's what we know is the best use for that land. And just like Monument Academy, when it went in, the sky didn't fall. Just like that development before that, they got approved in 2014, the sky didn't fall. These people are my friends. I love them. It's a little challenging when people challenge something that is how you make your living, and it's what you do. It's the essence of what you do. But I still appreciate and like these people, and I will do everything I can to build bridges for that. But I would just say that this area. It works perfect for this area. Every single adjacent owner supports that use adamantly. And we've talked with them extensively. The people that are complaining are a group of people that got some misinformation, 300 plus. Let's all get together and form a group. Let's be organized, and let's oppose this, and let's not break ranks with anybody by talking to the developer. We don't want him to peel anybody off. But the truth is, every person that I've ever met with sees what we're doing. The people that are complaining live further back in the residential areas that can't even see it. The people that live it, breathe it, touch it, see it are all in favor of it. With the adjacency, you've heard from Stan Searle, same type of thing. John Chapman, Pumpkin Patch guys in favor. Jason Douglas, same thing. People that have property nearby, we recognize what this is going to be. It's the difference between fear and vision. So thank you very much. I don't know if anyone has any questions for me or for Jeffrey.
Okay, we'll ask if there are any questions from commissioners, either for Mr. Dunstan or Mr. Dossi, or anyone else the applicant wants to bring forward during the rebuttal. Any questions from you, Commissioner Weissong? No? No questions? And I'll just check online with Commissioner Nelson if you have any questions.
Thank you. I do have a question, but first I just want to recognize that I had some technology issues at the outside of the meeting, and during the lunch break, I was able to go back and listen to the recording of the procedures I had missed. So I have fully reviewed this hearing process, so I'm very well informed. So just wanted to make that clear that, yeah, at the beginning I had some trouble, but now I'm good to go. One question I had for maybe for Mr. Dossi, or maybe for the applicant, on the Walden development, can you give a timeline of when that took place? And I'm just specifically asking in regards to the first criteria about conformance with the El Paso County Master Plan, and then, you know, whether there's been substantial change of the character of the neighborhood since the land was last zoned. So it's specifically that half-acre lot residence area.
Commissioner Nelson, Matt Dunstan here. Craig has deflected to me. I'm sorry, because I tend to give longer answers. Walden began in 1963, believe it or not, and kind of 1 acre, half-acre lots. And right around 1986, Kelmer Elementary was built. It's recognized that it's near two major highways, and so it's an area where schools will build things. Commercial nodes can be in existence. And in 1963 it began, and then slowly over time it was developed. It's we're either the most methodical or the slowest, but over time, I mean, in 2014, in 2005, there was an 86 lot subdivision approved with half-acre stuff. In 2014, there was a PUD with a lot of 1 acre stuff, and then in 2018 or 19, I forget the exact date, is when Monument Academy was approved. And so here we are, and we're very slow. Sorry for the long answer, Commissioner Nelson.
And Commissioner
No,
Nelson,
that was.
what I would add onto that, I'm sorry, is
Go ahead, sorry.
The zoning of this property has not changed since it was originally zoned. I didn't look that up, but I'm guessing it was probably in the 60s. That's when a lot of this area was zoned.
Okay, and then the master plan overall for this area, there was references, I can't remember if it was in public comment, or if I read it somewhere in the application, that the master plan views this area as large lot residential, but yet this Walden neighborhood does not meet that description of large lot residential, the 5 acre, 2.5 acre. So I guess I'm just trying to confirm that this number one criteria of there has been substantial change or character of the neighborhood is that some of that development happened after the master plan, and so that would be the case, that the substantial changes occurred, or that the master plan says large lot residential, but yet there was already development in place that didn't meet that.
Yeah, it's really a combination of both. When the master plan was completed, a large portion of Walden had already been developed, obviously, because the master plan is not that old. All of that is less than what the large lot residential calls for in terms of density. It's much higher density, if you will, a lot smaller lots. So that's why it was carved out as a suburban residential place type, which again calls for the multifamily and the attached single family as supporting land uses within that area. And again, that's going back to the fact that you have centralized services here that justify those densities. That's how all of these homes that are within Walden Preserve and Walden, that's how they're there, is because of these services. So that's why the master plan mapped those areas as suburban residential when compared to some of the area around Walden, which remains large lot residential because they don't have those same services, and none of that has actually developed at lots smaller than 2.5 acres.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions.
Welcome.
Appreciate it. I think that's all I had, Chair Geithner, for as far as questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Applegate.
I have a question. But 1 acre to half-acre lots is still considered low density.
Under the Land Development Code, that is urban density by definition. So the Land Development Code, the definition of urban residential density is anything smaller than 2.5 acres in terms of lot size. So half acre, 1 acre, that is all considered urban density. Not my definition, Land Development Code.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant at this point? Commissioner Weissong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dunstan, someone brought up, the issue about the water treatment. And I was just wondering, what can you say based on the fact that, there's still some state issues there?
Sure, yeah. Water treatment plants are generally continually in the state of upgrading equipment and treatment processes, and that's all that is. That treatment plant's been in existence since the early 60s, and I'm sure Commissioner Weissong, you were on some of those committees, I'm sure you remember. So it's a good question, but just in the state of newer technologies, newer equipment, newer stuff comes online, and so upgrades are done over time.
And as far as meeting the state's requirements,
yeah.
When are you going to be in compliance?
Sure. Yeah, we're in the process. Yes. And the answer is we're constantly working with the state. Small systems are a little more complex than like Colorado Springs Utilities or something like that. But, just like the Denala treatment system or the one that treats Woodmore, Palmer Lake, Monument, they're always doing things. So the answer is yes, and we're upgrading certain processes to make it more efficient based on new technologies.
Okay.
I do just want to remind there have been several things that have been brought up that are not related to our criteria, and we want to be careful to make sure we are evaluating this application only on the criteria that's in front of us. Any other questions from commissioners at this time? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so we have completed the rebuttal portion. I'm going to give one last opportunity for any staff questions. Commissioner Applegate.
I need staff to verify this. Half acre to 1 acre lots, is that low density?
Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. Per section 3.2.3, 3.2.2, RR, residential rural district purposes. Within that section in Chapter 3 of the Land Development Code, there are 3 zoning districts, RR5,
5-acre lot size, RR 2.5, 2.5 acre lot size, and RR 0.5. Let me read that. RR 0.5, residential rural district. The RR 0.5 zoning district is a half-acre district intended to accommodate rural residential uses where urban services are generally available. That is very different than the definition in Chapter 1 for rural residential properties, which indicates 2.5 acres on well and septic. So Chapter 3 identifies rural residential as half-acre lots if on central water. There's a definition in Chapter 1 that says rural residential greater than 2.5 acres is considered on well and septic. So they're a bit conflicting, but the purpose of rural residential development in Chapter 3 does include the RR 0.5. Again, it's up to the board's interpretation of the Land Development Code. You're ultimately the authority.
Thank you. Other questions for staff at this time? Vice Chair Nelson online, do you have any additional questions for staff?
No.
Okay. Okay, if we are finished with questions from staff, I am going to open it up for some discussion with commissioners. Does anybody want to kick us off?
Yes, this is in my commissioner district, and this one I believe becomes really hard because there are centralized water services available, but I think I'm going to go ahead and stick with the Planning Commission's ruling that it is that there's too much of a substantial change in the neighborhood. And so it's not compatible with the existing land uses. However, I can see both sides. So that's what I'm going to stick with.
Commissioner Wysong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe this comes back to staff. I just wasn't flipping through my notes quick enough. When we talk about minimal change, that seems to be a very descriptive word, but has a wide interpretation. And it goes back to, my question that, you're jumping, even if it's a RR.5 district, it's considered rural with central water. But when you jump to something much greater than that, now you're into a multifamily type environment. So if I could get staff to help clarify that minimum change in a developed community. And again, I wish I had a page number, but it was under the master plan area of change on your slide.
I just, before we proceed with that, I'm going to ask for some, I'm going to ask for our county attorney to weigh here in for a minute because we already did say that we were moving past staff questions and if we want to open that back up at this time or if we need to stick to discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under our rules, I believe that the chair decides questions of order. So I believe that it would be in your discretion as to whether or not to open back up to any additional questions. That being said, I believe that we've gotten through the full process, so I don't believe that it's necessary.
Okay. I do want everyone to get their questions answered. So I'm going to say, let's go through this and go ahead and get a quick answer, but let's also ensure that we are not asking staff to interpret the code because that is the job of the board. So let's make sure we keep that question in this context and then move on with discussion.
Okay.
Nancy, can you pull the OneDrive up? I just want to put the 3 master plan slides up so that the board can review those and then interpret ultimately the question, the answer. Okay, so again, suburban residential, highlighting and then furthering that place type, we talk about chapter 4, which drills down and we get into those priority development areas for further guidance of those place types. And that's where we have the reference to the large lot residential priority development areas. Does that complete the answer or provide enough information?
I'm kind of on this razor's edge here of trying to interpret something. So Gary, it's not your issue. So at this point, yes, I think we can go back to normal.
Okay, and I'm just going to say, since you were asking questions around this, and this is reading, and I'm actually glad that you asked that and had this pulled back up, because I think there's some really interesting pieces here, and to the point of the fact that we are the interpreting body of this and the master plan. There's been a lot of discussion of the master plan. Much of the opposition, I think, made an assumption of non-compliance with the master plan. I don't think that that's accurate. Having adopted this master plan quite a few years ago now, and it being something that I asked a lot of questions about during the adoption of that, I do believe that we should be careful not to call it a regulatory document. It is most certainly not. I remember asking those questions very specifically before adopting this. It's important that we do allow flexibility. Those things are built into that master plan, as well as the fact that we are looking at general conformance. And so I think this is a more nuanced comparison than some others that we sometimes see, but this slide is a really good example here of looking at large lot. I think that there's a little bit of a tension, and that was mentioned by staff as well as the applicant. I think that's been acknowledged, where we do have a tension between this large lot residential priority development area, and then also we have this suburban, which says, and by the way, multifamily is allowed. But it doesn't mean it requires us to put it there. It does give us the option to weigh the other piece of this. And as multiple people have said, look at it as a whole, because we're looking at this as a whole, not just as individual pieces. And I think reasonable people can differ. I think when we have some people coming in and support and saying, I absolutely think this is appropriate, and we have some people coming in and saying, I don't, and here's why, that is a good indicator that there is some subjectivity here on making a decision about these questions of compatibility and conformance. I do think that this one in particular, and looking at the reason that the large lot residential is in here, specifically around protecting the forest, this is not a forested area, so that is something, a piece of evidence that was provided by the applicant, which I would agree does point to something to consider as we look at that large lot versus the suburban debate. I think the fact that it is a suburban place type and it does say multifamily is allowed, it would be, I think, intellectually dishonest of me to say that this was not at all in conformance, because clearly our master plan does contemplate that. The issues around traffic and the potential for compatibility issues with the school are probably one of my biggest concerns. And much of that, or some of the other concerns that I have around that area, I know it was brought up in the applicant, or excuse me, in some of the opposition about Jane Lundeen not being accepted into the county. However, that cannot be considered because it is not part of our criteria for this. So I think that there are lots of pieces here that we need to sort out, and many of them, and I'll be honest, I think fundamentally much of the opposition with respect, does not understand the process here, what we are charged with doing, and the rule of law. And I think, again, there seemed to be a presumption of noncompliance. And when I read this, I absolutely, and again, I adopted this master plan. I think there are 2 of us left that did that. And we are the interpreters of our master plan. So when I look at it and I compare these pieces, I do believe that there is evidence on the record that it is in general conformance. However, again, I do have that the questions around compatibility as far as the school, and I know I mentioned earlier that we did receive a letter in opposition. I was disappointed to see that there were not more specifics around safety, and safety was brought up, but many of the things that we heard about people speeding through neighborhoods and running stop signs and those things happen everywhere. Those are not unique to this situation. I live near a school, and I live near a stop sign that is run all the time. People speed, people cut through, but people's choices to not comply with the law, I don't think, are the best way to make a decision about land use. So I think as a whole, I do think it's in general conformance with the master plan. I do think that it is also clear that there has been change in this area since it was last zoned. I think it would, again, be intellectually disingenuous for me to say that since the 1960s that there hadn't been change in this area. I also think that there's the question of compatibility in the various different directions, and that's something that, looking at it, I really have thought to how we try to be consistent with interpreting this. Usually I do interpret a large highway as a break or a buffer or something that separates areas. So that is definitely a piece that I think is compelling as evidence being presented by the applicant, that it does provide a little bit of that break. I also think that the buffers that were presented by the applicant's representative, again, were compelling to me. Our job is to evaluate evidence. That evidence and the burden of proof is on the applicant. That evidence to me was compelling, that it did mitigate the compatibility issues that were brought forward. We also, as I said, we had support from surrounding and adjacent properties, as well as opposition from others. So I don't think that it is clear to me that the evidence is unquestionable that there is not compatibility. And I do think that there was evidence presented that shows that there is compatibility. And then, in terms of it being suitable for its use, I look at the evidence that was presented that is very compelling to me, that it would be difficult, or many people who want to live on a large lot may not find it compatible to live next to a large highway. Some might, some may. And so I do think that it makes sense to me, in looking at other areas that we have around the county, looking at the fact that it could be a commercial node. It is residential. Residential and residential could be considered compatible in this case. I think that was compelling evidence that the applicant shared. So I do believe that there was evidence on the record that shows more compatibility than what has been mentioned. So I will defer to other commissioners for discussion points. Before we come back to you, since you did speak once, I just want to make sure, Commissioner Applegate, I don't think that you've weighed into the discussion just yet.
Not yet. No. This has been a hard one. So not going to lie, but to Google speak and to play attorney here for a minute via what I can find here online. Low density housing refers to residential developments that feature fewer dwelling units and a lower population per acre. Fewer units per acre, zoning codes typically 1 to 6 units per acre. That's really all I have to say about that.
I just want to remind you that we need to evaluate the evidence on the record and with our criteria, please. And Commissioner Nelson, do you have input that you'd
Yeah,
like?
I can. Yeah, I'd be happy to chime in. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Geithner has already shared, so I'm not going to repeat those points. I find that this is a very difficult one to consider when you look at taking a lot from RR5 to, the RR12 or RR30. That seems like a really large jump. But when looking at the overall scope of the area and according to the criteria, I find that this project meets the criteria for this zoning request change, that we have the suburban residential place type, and comparing to, the Walden neighborhoods and the PUD areas, it doesn't seem as far of a stretch to think about some multifamily residences being placed in this location. And given the location of the corner of an intersection of two highways, I come back to, well, what would make sense to go into this location? And multi-family residences seems to fit well with the overall neighborhoods surrounding. So I think that initially I wasn't really, when I was hearing about what this application was going to be asking of this jump from RR5 to RR12 and RR30, it seemed like a really big stretch. But then in context of all of the information that has been demonstrated, I find that the criteria and specifically the uses, the land uses with the suburban residential, that I would be probably voting in favor of this request.
Other discussion? Commissioner Weissong, did you have more to discuss?
At this point, no, I think we're ready to entertain a motion, I believe. I don't know if I should be the one making it or not.
I think Commissioner Williams mentioned she would like to make the motion since it's in her district, so I'm going to defer to her.
Yeah, I'm willing to make the first motion, see where it goes. So on item number 7, the Monument Academy rezone to RM12, I would move to deny the application due to not meeting criterias. Let's see, 1 and 3, which are general conformance and compatible with existing and permitted land use in all directions. If there's a second.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any final comments? Vice Chair Nelson online, do you have any final comments?
No.
Okay, so we will proceed with the vote, and I will begin with Vice Chair Nelson online. And just as a reminder, the motion is a motion to deny.
No.
Commissioner Weissong.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
And the chair votes no. That passes 3-2. And we have an additional motion.
And then on item number 8, I would move to deny the request to rezone to RM30 for the same reasons.
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. I will ask for any additional comments. And I'll just check online with Vice Chair Nelson.
No additional comments.
Okay, and so we'll proceed with the vote. And again, the motion is to deny, and we'll begin with Vice Chair Nelson online.
No.
Commissioner Weissong,
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
and the chair votes no. That passes 3-2. Okay. Bear with me just a moment. I have a lot of papers here. Okay. Item 9.
Item number 9 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
Item 10.
Item number 10 is the addendum, and there are no addendums today.
Item 11.
Item 11 is the executive session, and there is no request for executive session.
Okay, with that, we have come to the end of this agenda. This meeting is adjourned.